and also to include men. Because of this struggle, it's not a women's struggle, it is our struggle. So that's why we also allow men to attend our conferences. So all in all, I think talking on behalf of our trustees, we want to thank you for honoring our request. But on the other hand, I just want to make sure that all other people who are assisting us, whether it's the technical team, whether it's the hotel staff, thank you so much for your support and assisting us. I will call now Dumisani to come and introduce our moderator, who will then take over from Dumisani. Thank you.
Can you check if we live when we got sound? Can you please check if we live when we got sound?
We didn't get her. Maybe she overslept. She overslept.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dumisani Chauke, etc., etc. Yeah, so I don't want to talk too much about who I am. We do have Wi-Fi here. There is a Wi-Fi code outside there. Those of you that are not familiar with who I am, Google is a friend. Yeah. Anyways, my job here today is to introduce our moderator for the day. We'll be literally handing over the baton to one of those that are coming after us, and that is why we are here. We are here to empower, inspire, motivate, share information, share knowledge as well as experiences with those around us and those coming after us to ensure that we don't leave anyone behind. Yesterday we talked about once you go through a door, you leave it open for those coming after you. Once you climb up somewhere, you send down the ladder so those coming after you also come through, and that is why we actually have a mixture of some kids that are still in high school. If we can start teaching them these things while they're young, by the time they get to varsity and right through the system, they are more empowered to partake in decision-making processes of systems that affect and impact their sport participation, and they are part of the decision-making for those coming after them as well. So you empower someone else, that person has the responsibility to then empower the next people. So I am here to introduce our moderator for the day. Her name is Joe Prince. So Joe is an award-winning netball player. Nobody who has represented South Africa at under 18 in 2013, under 19 2014, and under 21, both in 2015 and 2016. Her netball career highlights include winning the under 21 World Cup qualifiers. I coached them. Playing for the President's Top Team, being awarded the TNL Center Court Player of the Tournament, winning the Cape Winelands Province Netball Player of the Year, and being named Stellenbosch University Sportswoman of the Year in 2019. Prince is committed to increasing the visibility of women in sport, and that has earned her the Women in Social Media Award at the 2020 Momentum G Sport Awards. The following year, CAS called Prince to present at the 2021 G Sport Awards, and that was the start of Prince's venture into sports media. Prince now commentates for the Super Sports Schools, works with the Sporting Chance Foundation as part of the Disney Healthy Happy Play team, was an official ambassador for the Women's T20 World Cup, anchored the 2023 Women's Cricket Science, Medical and Leadership Conference, and was a sportcaster at the Telkom Junior Netball Championships. Most recently, Prince was part of the SABC broadcasting team as the sportcaster and netball analyst for the very first Netball World Cup to be hosted on African soil, which is concluded on 6th August. Yeah, so Quincy was on your screens for those of you that were watching netball on SAPC. As a qualified educator, coach, and a woman in sport, Prince is passionate about working with the youth, female empowerment, and the growth of women's sports in South Africa as well as globally. Ladies and gentlemen, Joe Prince.
Wow, thanks, Coach. Thanks, Julie. It's so weird. It's so weird. When someone coaches you, it's very weird to call them on their name. So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, hi, I'm Jo Prince. I wish you all a good morning and welcome to the South African Women and Sport Foundation International Advocacy Conference. So this is the Sawasf Federation's 6th conference where they have brought together experts, practitioners, athletes, and other specialists to celebrate positive change and progress in women and sport across the world, as well as identify ways that we can even strengthen these gains and go further. We are privileged to have an esteemed panel of speakers that are all leaders and pioneers in their field. And I would like to take this opportunity to also welcome all of you present here today, and especially the youth, the leaders of the future. And now the program is jam-packed, and we are looking forward to the fruitful discussions that will contribute to the growth of women in sport. But before we get started, some house rules. Right, so you can find the lavatories or bathrooms. The lavatories out the door, turning right. Then you turn right again and then past the dining hall. You turn left, or you can just ask one of the lovely staff to direct you. And then I would like to request all of you to please switch your electronic devices to silent mode, please. And the Wi-Fi details, there's posters on the door, but it is a new Hatfield guest. And the password is a new all capitals at 2021. So you also have no excuse not to post on your social media platforms about the conference throughout. And please know that there will be opportunity for questions at the end of the address. And our first break will then be at 10:45. Just to then stretch our legs and set up for our panel discussion that starts at 11. Thereafter, we will have roundtable discussions until we break for lunch at 1, until 1:45. That please return on time so that we don't run over time. We're already a bit late. So please stick to the time allocated, because we will also have people joining us from overseas, and they would like to stick to the time frame allocated. All right, so let's get this jam-packed program started. So the housekeeping is handled, and now, personally, I'm extremely excited to introduce our first keynote speaker, South African football legend, Desiree Ellis. Will still be applauded by the end of this. Ellis made her international debut in 1993, and in her first game for Banyana, she even scored a hat-trick. The following year, she became captain of the side and left Banyana until her retirement in 2002. Ellis led the way in helping raise the profile of women's football in South Africa. When the country hosted the African Women's Championship in 2000, she skipped the side to a runner-up finish. Ellis was then given recognition for her services to soccer in the same year when she received a Silver Presidential Sports Award. It's a very high honor in the country. And in 2002, she led Banyana to COSAFA Cup title. During her time playing for Banyana, Ellis enjoyed tremendous success and is one of the few individuals, male or female, to have captained a football team for an entire decade. Playing 32 matches and winning 23 of those. That's a win rate of 72%, which is very high, if you didn't know. Ellis then transitioned from being a successful player to history-making coach after being appointed head coach of Banyana in 2018. She was awarded Confederation of African Football Women's Coach of the Year in the same year after the team finished second in the African Women Cup of Nations and qualifying for the Women's World Cup for the first time. After a long run for winning the finals, she coached the team to win the African Women Cup of Nations for the first time in 2022. In April 2023, Ellis was bestowed the National Order of Ikamanga by the Southern African government for contributions to sport, so she got an upgrade to gold standard. It doesn't get higher than that. And most recently, Ellis made history once again at the 2023 FIFA Women's World Cup when she guided Banyana Yana to the round 16 for the first time ever. The words legendary, inspirational, and leader easily come to mind when you hear the name Desiree Ellis, and it is now my honor to welcome the legend, Desiree Ellis, OIG, to the stage. All right, we're going to do this in a bit more of a discussion, sitting down as, yes. See now technology is on. You had to start somewhere. And I want you to share your start in the sporting world or even before that with us.
Good morning everyone, and thank you Ntambi for inviting me. I think each and every one of us has a story to tell. And I think out of that story we can inspire each other, so don't forget to tell your stories. I fell in love with the game at a very young age. I was 6 years old, played at primary school. I joined the girls team for the first time at the age of 15, didn't know that there were girls. My late father was my biggest inspiration, but he was also my biggest critic. And I always wanted to do things to please him, to make sure that I'm better every time. I then joined the national team at the age of 30. I remember working at the butcher in the storeroom, and I got this opportunity to go try it for the national team. And back in the days, we weren't as fortunate as they are now. We traveled in a minibus, made my debut against then Swaziland, which is now Eswatini, in 1993 as the vice captain. Scored a hat-trick on debut. I was one of 3 players to score a hat-trick, and we won 14-0. And on the way back, obviously going back with the minibus, we got a puncture. And I got to work late and I was fired because they said that I had absconded. So I started work for 3 years, but I won't say I didn't care, I was living my dream. In 2000, we had the WEFCON, it was ACON called in those days, where we played at Phosphorus and lost to Nigeria in the final. The game was abandoned after them leading 2-0, and our fans went crazy with not throwing stones, but throwing bricks. And then in 2002, we won our first trophy as Banyana, which was the Sawasf Cup. I retired after that. You know, new players come in, coaches don't select you, you've got to decide what you want to do. I then stayed with the club that I was presently with, Spurs Ladies, and became the coach. In 2014, Coach Vera, a Dutch coach, came into the country, and I was one of the coaches that she earmarked to be her assistant coach. And when she left in 2016 after the Olympics, I became the acting coach of the national team.
That interruption, but also we want you in your best light, as it's an honor for us having you here. So you talked about Coach Vieira giving you that start in the coaching world, and then you started off with the boys teams, right? So then you got the assistant coaching position, that started in 2016 up until 2018, becoming acting coach of Banyana. So tell us about the transition from being a young coach, or not young in age, but necessarily inexperienced, coaching boys, and then moving over to our national team. And what is the differences between coaching men or boys and women, and what are the different challenges you picked up early on when you made that transition?
I didn't actually get involved in coaching boys, because I remember back in the day when I was a player, Coach Dora Carroll, who was the manager of Banyana way back, said that when I go into coaching, there's enough opportunities for boys. What we did with Coach Vera was, because we didn't have a professional league back then, I used to be the one targeting players going to train with either PSL teams or ABC Motsepe teams or whichever team was in their region, because we felt that the league was not giving us what we wanted to get the players to the next level. But I did coach boys at school. When I was becoming a coach, I coached young boys at school, but that's not where I wanted to be. But I think that transition, we always urge like one day out of the training to train with boys, because the level is a different level compared to what we need at national level. But I can honestly say, if I was a player under Vera coach, I would have been a world-class player. Left nothing to chance. Everything that we did, there was a plan to it. When players stood at a certain position at set pieces, there was a reason why. When we did certain things, there was a weekend. I think that was the last weekend I went, because all we did was watch football. All we did was analyze the opponents that we were going to play at the Olympics. She had 100 games on 3 opponents that we were going to play. That's how meticulous she was.
So we have a lot of young girls here, and it sounds like Coach Vera was a role model for you. And models, how important is it for young girls, especially to have female role models in the sporting world?
I think it's extremely important. I think each someone will keep their door open and making sure that you create opportunities. It's not just that, but they can tap into you and this level where they might not end up being a sports person, because there are different roles that you can take. You can become a manager, and there are very few. You can become an analyst. There are very few. I mean, our kid manager is a former national team player as well. So taking that person by the hand and leading them, the onus is then on that individual to also bring someone along with them.
I think that's a great way to look at it, and the key objective, I feel, to grow the sport in a whole by taking someone with you. But now I want to ask you about your time when you were appointed head coach of Banana. How was that experience?
It's a funny story actually, and my mother is someone that if you tell her something, she will tell the whole world. So I kept it from her. I actually flew up because Coach Aline was joining Coach Vera, who was going to Houston Dash, and I'd flown up earlier because we were leaving the Thursday for the Cyprus Cup, and I'd flown up earlier to help her, get ready, to help her pack, etc. And the next minute I get a phone call to come to the office, and they offer me the head coach's job. And I only phoned my sister and my brother because I couldn't tell my mom. Otherwise, the whole world would have known before the announcement. All I said to her was, sit in front of the TV. That's all I said. And then I got appointed and we off to the Cyprus Cup. I think even though I was in people's eyes a young coach, I've been with the team since 2014. I've been the acting coach from October 2016 until I got appointed in February 2018. And I do say that sometimes we feel that the person is young in coaching. Sometimes we feel that the person is not ready, but it's not for us to decide. I think each and everyone needs to know their worth. They need to know their value, and if they know their craft, then they can do the job. But it's being given that opportunity, and not just being given the opportunity, but it's getting the support, which is key. And I surrounded myself with expertise because I'm an expert in a certain field, but everybody else, the technical staff, each plays a huge, huge role in the expertise that they bring. So I was given that opportunity to be able to coach the national team, and I think there were a lot of reservations at the time, but I felt that I could do the job. I felt that I was worthy of doing the job. By just getting given the opportunity, said to me that I've got to grab this, and I am not only doing it for myself, but I'm doing it for all the other women out there, because I'm working in an environment that's male dominated. And we have to go that extra mile, or we have to be extraordinary to get the recognition. So whatever I was going to do was going to be the benchmark for other coaches. Was going to be the benchmark for other coaches to come, because we know when you work in a certain environment, if you don't do the job, they'll say you see those ideas of, I grab every opportunity that I can ask, because it doesn't make me any less if I ask for help.
I think sometimes as women, we are afraid to admit where we lack and see that as them.
Like at the hotel, who I love to bits, and I'm going to do this. So it's very important to have that network, It's very important to be able to bounce something off on someone. And I don't think anybody will think any less of you. Because if you do something and you haven't done it right, people will look down on you more than doing it right. So for me, it is so, so important. I speak to Coach Vera most probably 2 or 3 times a week if I have to. And whenever I'm in Ntambi's presence or Nomsa's presence or Frank's presence, we talk about certain things and I listen and I take heed of those things, because I'm not just a coach, I'm more a manager than a coach. Because I have to manage people that come from different backgrounds, people that are different and are unique in their own right, and I need to understand how to handle individuals. My mother always said to me, treat people the way you want to be treated. So I have to do the same thing. And I think in Banyana we are a family. We no longer player-coach. We're no longer colleagues. I call Coach Tina my sister because we're more than colleagues now.
So Coach, you have been very successful both on field as a player and off field as a coach, and the first of many occasions doing something or achieving something. So please share with us what has been the ultimate highlight for you as a coach, being the first, making history, now most recently with the FIFA 2023 World Cup. What has been your highlight from that whole experience?
I think a few. I cannot say one particular thing. I think winning the Sawasf Cup as a coach. I think in that semi-final, and I know you're somebody, you're from Zambia, in that semi-final we were 2-0 down at half-time, and we didn't play well. And I remember Nomsa coming to me and saying, please win this, please win this. And we were 2-0 down, and my team talk was completely different. It was about how badly do you want this. It wasn't about tactics. I said, Cecil had just renewed. I said, there's so many that want to be in your position. If you think you cannot win this game, you need to tell me now, because I think we can still win this game. We go 3-0 down. Eventually, I don't know, call it divine intervention, whatever you want to, but all of a sudden, the team started clicking. We go 3-0 down. In 9 minutes, we 3-3. We win the semi-final, we win the final. From then on, I think everything changed for us. The belief changed for us. Obviously, going to the World Cup for the first time. I think a lot of us tried as players to go to the World Cup. So it was not just about us, but it was for everyone. Then going to the WAFCON and finally winning the WAFCON. I remember Amanda Gambini saying to me, this is personal, and I understood where she comes from, because they were all players that tried to win the WAFCON. There were coaches that have come before that tried to win the WAFCON, and here we're winning the WAFCON. So it was for everyone, that have come before. And then going to the World Cup again and doing so well at the World Cup, amongst other things. I think when I got the Order of Kamanga, I didn't know what it was. I had to go do some research, because I didn't feel that I was in that category where I felt that I deserved it. I think when you look around, there's other people that have done so much more. But my mother said to me, you've worked very hard for this, and you've put God first, and you know your worth and your value. So in essence, I looked at it, but it was never about me, because I play in a team environment, and I work with a lot of people that contribute so, so much. And I never forget in giving them the credit that they deserve, because it's always all about the players, and yes, rightfully so, because they go onto the field. But the people that I work with are people that the goalkeeper coach, the assistant coach, the analyst, the kit manager makes us look beautiful, the manager, the bus driver, they all contribute in a small way to make the team successful. Not forgetting the coaches in the Sasol League, the Hollywood Bet Super League, because our success belongs to them. Because they are the ones that work with the players 24/7. So it's not about Desiree. It's never about Desiree. We talk about teamwork. That is our ethos, teamwork. And teamwork on the field and teamwork off the field. So each and every one think that their contribution is small, but to us it's huge, because it's not just about our group, it's about everyone that has come before, coaches that have come before. Because Banyana didn't start when I started. There's people that have put in the foundations, like you're building a house, and you've got to acknowledge those people that have come before, because they have set a platform for the rest to follow.
It's so interesting that you undersell yourself and your value and your worth, because I think everyone in this room can agree that you deserve all the recognition and all the honor.
I don't undersell myself in any way. I know my worth and my value. I know that I'm in this environment where it's male dominated, but when I talk about football, I can converse, and I can converse convincingly because I understand. I've worked on my craft. I'm educating myself further in making sure that as the game evolves, that I evolve with the game. But I work in a team environment, and that's where I sort of undersell myself because of the contribution of others that are similarly to mine. Yes, if the team doesn't do well, I'm on the red carpet, but I've got to put in and acknowledge the contribution of others that play just such a crucial role. I understand goalkeeping, but I'm not a goalkeeper coach. I understand analysis, but I'm not an analyst. You know, I understand conditioning, but I'm not an expert. So those people play a valuable role in the success of Banyana.
And I think just you mentioning that and you having that awareness is what makes you that amazing coach that you are. And that's why we have this tremendous impact that you have on not only soccer, but in sport and women in sport in general. But I think also, it's before I open the floor for some questions, I want to pose this question to you about the challenges that women do still face and the gap that we still have in between us and our male counterparts in the same sporting industry. So would you like to share your thoughts on that, please, Coach?
I think it's changing mindsets and changing perceptions is very important. I remember as a player back in the day, traveled with a taxi. I was on my way to the game, just walking to the game, and there was some guys walking behind me, and I heard their conversation. And the conversation was, you know, we got nothing to do, but I hear there's a women's game. Let's go have a laugh. You know, I just looked at them and I said, sure, come join us. After the game, it's a total different mindset. These girls can play. They're no different to boys. I mean, we train the same. We play 90 minutes. Everything is the same. I think Banyana, netball, cricket, have shown, tennis, have shown that they can mix it with the best out there. I think that has changed the mindsets and that has changed the perceptions. I said to the players, when you win that WAFCON gold medal, it's going to open up so many doors. And it has. All of a sudden there's the mention of equal pay. All of a sudden players know what they deserve, because they do. All of a sudden players are standing up because they know that they should be in the same bracket as the men. And at the moment, Banyana is getting the same as Bafana. You know? So I think we can talk, but we've got to walk the talk. And I think that is the only way where you change perceptions. That is the only way where you change mindsets. You know, that is the only way, is by performing, and by performing, things change. The USA were in the same position as us. Nigeria were in the same position as us. But until you start winning major competitions, until you start qualifying for major competitions, that is the only way that you can make people change their minds. That is the only way that the game grows, and that is the only way that opportunities are created. I mean, I have a sponsored car. Not in my wildest imagination would I have ever thought that was going to happen. We have players that are sponsored by Nike International. We have players that are sponsored by Adidas. We have players that have other personal sponsors. I worked at the SABC. Desiree from Manova Park would never have gotten on that opportunity if I didn't play for the national team. So back in the day, we maybe earned 300 Rand for a win, etc. But I got a lot out of playing for the national team. I got opportunities out of that. So when people say we didn't earn back money back then, what did we gain out of that? And that is how we change people's minds, by being who we are and showing that we are able and that we are capable and that we know our worth and our value.
Yes. Thank you, Coach. I will now open up the floor for some questions. So please just raise your hand if you have a question, and someone will come to you with a microphone.
Do you have two?
We don't have one.
milestone that came after AFCON, that came after you guys winning and being the Africa Cup, the Africa ladies, and what is it that's not been talked about that you feel has been a very huge shift, that has been a very huge change besides the pay? Yeah, well, the pay is good. The pay is very good, but what is it that came after that that you say, you know what, this is what I wanted for my team before, and it is now happening with the ladies now?
As I said, it's that gold medal. That gold medal will open doors. We've come close 5 times in winning WAFCON. We've come close so many times in other competitions, but until you have that medal gives you the leverage. Now you're an African champion, and you can go and knock on people's doors. Now you're an African champion, and you can demand things. Now you're an African champion, and I don't want to harp too much on what happened at Botswana and all of that, but you saw the unity of the players, because they knew, being African champions, they knew that they could stand up together and do what they did. Being an African champion is what happened at the World Cup. It gives you belief, it gives you a mind shift change, and it shows that even though we do not have a professional league, we still have the quality. And there's many down the ground. I was talking to Pearl earlier on about the 16-year-old that I've seen, and she was quite surprised that I'm already identifying the 16-year-old. I might not be around in 2027 because only God knows where I'm going next. Yeah. But I've got to look and prepare for the future. When I was acting coach and I applied for the job of the head coach, I had already worked with a team. If it was me that was going to take the team or someone else, the team was in a good shape. I didn't act the role. I played the role of the head coach. So when I got the position, I knew where I was going. But that gold medal, that going to global tournaments, doing well at global tournaments, any tournament we go to, any match we go to, that is what changes everything. Because even the president of South was talking about Banyana instead of Bafana because of that. And every time the ladies raise the levels, because they know that they have to raise the levels for the opportunities. And we lost a lot of time in training before the Botswana game, after the game when we were traveling, because a 12-hour time difference, and we had to make sure that we manage the players well instead of just training. And there was a little bit of a concern whether we were going to be physically ready, but the conditioning coach assured me, but it's the mindset of the players, more than anything, that has this never dies attitude, never giving up, knowing how good they are and not standing back. But it's also about having a game plan. I was on radio now the other day, and one of the questions was, we're not playing our own game. Well, if we had opened the game, we would have got the same result that Zambia got. So we had to go in there with a game plan and make sure that we real concentrated, that we don't concede early, and make sure that when we get the opportunities, that we show who we are.
Morning everybody. Very honored and inspired, ma'am. Beautiful story. My question is just your last statement close to the end, where you said that as any sport, male, female, you need to prove yourself in order to break the barriers. Do you feel honestly in your heart that that is where the problem lies? Because as a child I'm born and my mother tells me already I'm a superstar. What do I still need to prove to anybody out there? So if we were given the money from jump, do you not think we would have had the same results either way? So why must it always be such a fight, especially in South Africa? And I'm from basketball, and we like also, same as netball, it's a struggle, it's a real struggle. But why is this struggle happening? Why is it's a racial issue over here, it's black and white. It's a racial issue over here, it's sports. Where is the underlying problem? Like, it's clearly not, I don't have to prove anything to anybody. We don't need to prove anybody it's to ourselves. But the money only comes once we show it. Hey, I got a degree. hey, I did this, I accomplished this, I traveled here, I did that. Now the government sees us.
Unfortunately, that's been the mindset in the past, and I think slowly but surely it is changing. I'd like to sit in a room with corporates to find out what exactly is that they're looking for, because so many of our teams, so many of our athletes have performed really well, but yet the sponsorship is lacking. I'd like to find out exactly what that is. I mean, we've been urging corporates to come on board with Panyana, and Cecil has been ever present since 2009. What more does the team have to do? And that's why I say, all we can do is go do our job. The rest is trying to change people's mindsets, trying to change the perceptions, trying to change everything. And somewhere the lights have got to go on. But all we can do is do what we do best. And hopefully people then see what's out there for them to sponsor, what's out there to get recognition. I mean, I've been involved in the game for so long, and yes, we're going to the World Cup, yes, there's sponsors, but when I was playing, the dream was to play in a professional league, and it still hasn't happened. And if we don't do that sooner rather than later, we're going to have the same conversation in 2027. And we've got to take this shift and this momentum that we have, and we've got to use it to really push on. Not just for football, but for netball, for cricket. I mean, cricket got to the final. The men's haven't even got that far. You know, now there's a professional league for cricket. Who's next? But corporates have got to come on board. You know, all the female CEOs and females that are in a position to change. They need to make that change now. And not because they are female, it's the right thing to do.
Hello ma'am, how are you? It's good to see you. My name is Lungile Misi. My question has a little bit of a background story. So I've been playing soccer for almost 3 years now for my institution. I've been playing all my life, but for an actual school team. So my question is, how do you blossom in the field of soccer in an environment where you're constantly being sabotaged and basically denied opportunities? Because we've been playing soccer, I've been the best goal scorer in my whole league, but there's no recognition, there's no opportunity. So how do you take yourself out of that situation into a more professional type of game?
Where do you play?
TT Kharamukura.
I'm sure, and I speak under correction, I'm sure if you are that good, you would have gotten recognition or been scouted by others. Because if coaches want to have better players in their team, then that is what they do. If you feel, and I'm not telling you what to do, if you feel that you're not growing there, you need to go where you're going to get an opportunity. A lot of players that are currently playing in the national team comes from the Eastern Cape. You can count a lot of them, but they had to move to be able to get opportunities. Melinda Khadiete comes from the Eastern Cape, and she said her whole life changed when she moved to Sundowns. First Bloemfontein and Salty. If you are not realizing your potential, then you need to go where you think your potential is going to be realized. Because it's so important that you take the opportunity, because no one can take it for you. But you also need to work behind the scenes, because the most talented player is not the one that's going to get the recognition or get the opportunity. The most talented player is not going to be the one that's the coach is going to see. Because there are so many talented players in this country, it is unbelievable. But when you speak to them, when you listen to them, you know, they don't put in the work. So first of all, you've got to put in the work, and then you've got to decide where you want to go. No one can make that decision for you.
Good day, Coach. Thank you for having the honor to be here. Negativity that was going around before you went to the World Cup. How did you manage to motivate your players to get to where they got for all the good work that you did? Thank you.
First of all, we are a praying team, and I don't say anyone else doesn't pray. But that is where I reach out to. My assistant coach always tells me before tournaments, it's time to go off social media. My sister will always send me these little snippets and stuff. You see, together as a group and together as a technical team, we know where we want to go to. We know what we want to do. We know we have a plan in place of what it is that you're not going to get the results that you deserve. But we still trust the process, and that is the important thing for us. We trust the process. I remember when this whole thing about Kaylan, we are the comments, and we are humans first, and then we are coaches. And I think mental health is not something that people speaks about. And whether you like it or not, and you say, I'm not taking any notice, it does affect you. And those girls and we have families. Those girls and so we gotta be careful what we put on social media. We are not saying don't criticize, because sport and football is a matter of opinions, and everybody has an opinion. And I will go back to what the netball president said on the Marawa show. She said, you can think what you want to, but before you say what you want to, make sure that you get the facts. And a lot of these posts attribute quotes to us. And it's not us. It's not us. Make sure you get the facts and don't jump onto what you read to think that it's true. Because that has made us more united. Yes, there was this issue. That issue was sorted out before we left. The minute we hit New Zealand, it was focused. It was all about doing well at the World Cup. It was so important because we are a very close-knit family. And we look out for each other on and off the field, which is so important. I will text Rafilo and I'll ask how you're doing. I will text Hilda in South Korea and I'll ask how we're doing. Because we've got to touch base. COVID has taught us that tomorrow is not promised to anyone. And we have got to touch base with each other. When we lost our kit manager, Aleta, I'd spoken to her the day before. And a few others wanted to go pop in, wanted to go call her. So don't put off that phone call that you want to just find out by someone how they are. But we were so united. We were not interested in what anyone else said. Even when we lost the first game, there was a lot of criticism. We knew how well we played, and we were gutted. We didn't get the result. Even the Argentina game, we knew that we wanted to win that game. And if anybody noticed, we played differently to Sweden than we played against Argentina. We were more offensive, but we never gave up the hope because we knew how good we were. We knew that even in the Netherlands game, if the goalkeeper gets player of the match, it tells you how well we played. So we cut out that noise. I got a message from Mike Ntombela. Please don't listen to the noise. I said I'm trying to close my ears, because that's all you can do. And because you have these people around you that work with you, that have the same vision, that have the same ideas, you can sit and chat to them. And that is important, to have that support base, because the whole country is now all of a sudden having something to say. But they have an opinion. And all we can do is to concentrate on what we need to do and to stay trusting the process. We lost to Zambia at the beginning of 2022, 3-0, and we were slaughtered. But we had to take that game because our season hadn't started and we were playing a final qualifier for the WAFCON immediately after. We needed that game. Clubs had been busy for pre-season with 2 weeks, and we were playing this important game. We knew where we were going to. We played the Netherlands, we lost 5-1. It could have been 3-3. 6 weeks down the line, there was still no league. But we knew where we were going to. And silently, we just worked on what we needed to do, and the result was the WAFCON. We close our ears, but we trust in the process, irrespective of if you don't win a game here and there, because the end result is what matters more than anything.
Thank you so much, Coach. I know there are multiple questions, but unfortunately we've run out of time. You can maybe catch her in our comfort break if you want to have a discussion with her. But Coach, thank you so much. As a young coach myself, starting off in netball, I truly feel inspired, and I know everyone in this room, in whatever space they are in the sporting world, are too. So thank you for that and sharing your story.
glad I changed the way I was going to do this because I felt it was important. You know, standing up there just speaking, I think everybody would have missed out on the challenges we face, but also that we persevere. And I think I want to say to each and every young girl out there, I have this thing that says be the best that you can be, because on a particular day you're in a game, and because you think you're better than the other player, you just go through the motions and someone else gets chosen. There was a time where we lost to Sweden, and I think it was 2018, we lost to Sweden, and I was called into the office and I was told that, do I need help? I said, what do you mean? And I was told that they think I need help. So I said, so what are you planning? Because if you bring a head coach, I'm going to be assistant coach now. I can do this job. I stood my ground and said, I can do this job. I made sure that I knew my worth and my value. And before I renewed my contract in 2020, I wasn't happy with certain things. And I said, it's fine. And I got a call to say, I hear you don't want to coach the team. And I'm saying, if I'm not happy what's in that contract, does it mean I don't want to coach this team? So I knew my worth and my value. And I was lying at home. And people said, oh, but what if they don't keep you in the job? Then I said, then I'll find something else. I've raised my profile. I went to a course about a year ago, a coaching course in Cape Town, and I did a presentation. And the one question was, what if you get fired? I'm not afraid. I know my worth, I know my value. I have God that inside for me, so I'm fearfully and wonderfully made, so I have my worth.
So we're actually cutting into the time of our next speaker, but I'm sure she wouldn't mind. So we called injury time here, and this is actually our next speaker. So you know what? She is the driving force behind it all. She is our leader, so she can take the mic whenever she feels like it.
Coach, if given an opportunity to a position somewhere else, in Europe or wherever, would you take it?
The money's got to be good, of course. Because I'm already, if I was in the corporate world, I'd be a retired woman. I turn 61 next year, so I'm a retired woman. I've got to look after my future. I've got to look after my future, so the money's got to have to be really, really good. Because I have an emotional attachment to the national team, having played for the national team. But that doesn't mean that my worth and my value is going to be less. Thank you for that question. Another thing, a lot of the things in there that I said is a lot confidential. It's for you to understand where I come from, the struggles that I've done. So, you know, just grab it and take it. I didn't want to say some of the things, but I need you to understand, to know your worth and your value, no matter what happens. Because if that is not happening, then it's not for you. Then it's not for you. People said when I was acting coach, when am I going to be the coach? God decided at the right time that I had to be the coach at that time. So I just carried on. So remember, opportunities might pass you by, and you might think it's passing you by. God is waiting for that right time to get you that right opportunity.
Thank you so much, President. Thank you for sharing more than you would have liked, and I appreciate you taking your valuable time and spending it with us and sharing the invaluable information and wisdom and knowledge. And thank you for speaking up and for the difference you make.
All of us have a story to tell, remember? Your little story might seem insignificant, but the story that you tell, someone will grab out something that will inspire them. So don't forget to tell your stories.
But I think we all can give Coach Desiree a big round of applause. Vast amount in experience and has contributed to the development and success of multiple sporting codes as a former president of Netball South Africa, chair of Boxing SA, board member of Brands SA and Gauteng Tourism, and currently serving as a board member of Laurier Sport for Good, Cricket South Africa and Women's Sport International World Netball Foundation. From humble beginnings as a physical education teacher, I'm a teacher as well. She has become a groundbreaking woman in the field of women and sport in South Africa, where she initiated the formation of Women and Sport South Africa WASA in 1996 and is the founder and chairperson of South African Women and Sport Foundation. I now welcome to the stage the driving force behind it all, Ntambi Wabele. Yes, big round of applause. We wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for her. Can you tell me about unpacking the call to action for women and sport South Africa and share some key takeaways from the 8th International Working Group World Conference on Women and Sport? Thank you, Ma.
Thank you. You should consider yourselves being blessed for you to have today the coach who's fresh from the World Cup. Many people wanted to meet with her, and you are one of the first people to be in a room with her. You are in a room, same room with power. So you must consider yourself blessed. That's it, thanks. Yeah. So what I'm going to talk about is unpacking the call of action on women and sport for Africa. And actually for South Africa, but also we would want to influence Africa. And the takeaway from the World Conference. So the World Conference, which we call it IWG, where should I find? So IWG was formed in 1994. And its purpose was to come up with resolutions for a period of 4 years. So every 4 years, we have a conference on women and sport from 1994. And in that conference, we get feedback from countries, from organizations that are running programs on women and sport, from scientists who are doing research, sometimes even from government. We also do what we send out strong message on gender equity and equality. And I'm saying we because I'm part of it. We learn from others, build strong advocacy movement, and the network. And those who have been attending this conference for years, they would know every time we have speakers either from whatever country that we want and they want to address issues with us. Sometimes they are here, sometimes we link with them. It's the network that we end up getting in the circles during the World Conference. So who meets every 4 years? It's your professionals, it's experts, it's leaders, it's coaches, it's NGOs, women and sport organizations, other sports professionals and volunteers. But men and women with passion for strengthening women in sport from both professional and grassroots level. All of them, you will find them there. And then the list is actually more than this. So what is IWG? It is the largest network dedicated to advancing gender equality and equity in sport. But also, again, most of the discussion is about physical education and it's about physical activities. And people who specialize with it, they would come in the conference and share their experiences. So it was established in 1994, as I said, developed and remains a guardian of the first declaration they come up with. It was the Brighton Declaration. And we went to Helsinki in Finland. We came back with Brighton plus Helsinki Declaration. So as I'm talking today, 550 have signed for that declaration. So when you sign for the declaration, you are saying we are going to implement what is in the declaration. South Africa have signed for the declaration. Sawasf have signed for that declaration. Through your organizations, you can sign if you are agreeing to implement those declarations. So it is hosted every 4 years. Advocate year round to encourage global leaders to make positive change in respect of women in sport. So from 1994, this is what happened. Brighton Declaration, Brighton hosting of the first conference. And in that conference, the conference was looking on women's sport and the challenge to change. And you will see the theme of change going through all the conferences. We went to Namibia in 1998, and we were trying to reach out for change. In Canada in 2002, we were investing in change, and we came up with a toolkit, which was called Montreal Toolkit. And it's a very good toolkit. If you Google it, you might find that toolkit. Then it was Sydney in 2006, and then we were focusing on women around their play, think, and change. In Japan in 2010, it was participating in change. In Finland, it was about lead the change to be the change. And that's where we came back with the Brighton plus Helsinki Declaration. In 2018, we went to Botswana. We were focusing on determine the future, be part of change. Last year in November, we were in New Zealand, 2022, and we were looking at change, inspire, change. And that's the document we are going to unpack today. Common denominator in the whole 6 sessions of the World Conference. IWG is and has always been about change. And I think we can actually adopt that we want to be part of change, and how do we become part of change. So the question is, we should ask is, in changing, change is inevitable, but transformation is a choice. So strong people stand up for themselves, but strongest people stand for others. Are we going to stand for others? Yes. I'm hearing yes, and I'm not hearing no. So, why is change important? What must change? Who must change? When must things change? How do we change? How do change look like? And where should change take place? So therefore, this presentation is centered around change. And this change, by the time we leave this area, we will be talking about how ourselves as individuals are going to lead to change. Okay, no. Okay. All right. So where do we stand as women in Africa? We are actually some years behind other countries. And I think sometimes we think we are far much behind because of the fact that we don't tell our stories. But also, as we were discussing yesterday in our leadership training, there's very little research in Africa about us. So that's why we end up saying we are at least behind because of we don't know our stories. Nevertheless, some of the good performance of African women, we have seen that in the World Cup. How the 14s, how the 14s performed with pride. All of us, I think, as Africans, we were proud of those teams. And to be honest with you, all those 4 teams, if I'm not mistaken, they don't have professional leagues.
Only Morocco.
Only Morocco. And majority of the teams we're playing against, they do have teams. They do have professional leagues. So I would agree on the fact that we are a little bit behind on that point. And the same applies to Cricket World Cup, where our Protea women reached the final for the first time. Men's team have never reached that level. So as Banana was performing on the other side, teaching the boys, the cricket girls were doing the same. Again, with no professional league until last week when we announced that we will be starting with the professional league. So teams have done well in most of the World Cups, despite the fact that their women's sport program are not as advanced as the ones in Europe, in Asia, in North America, in South America. But I think that tells us something about women. It's not all about resources. It's determination. We want to do it. And we want to do it for ourselves, and we want to do it for the girl child who is following us. And that's the reason why we perform to that level. And the boys, because of they get it easy, they don't see the importance of what we see as really important. So with proper systems and processes, and gender equity and equality, African women's teams and athletes can be world beaters. And we've seen that. We've seen with the athletes from Kenya who are actually beating the world without even facilities. So we can do that. And I know now people are talking about women in South Africa, in our teams. I mean, we can talk about in swimming, women are doing so well. And I always remind people that, by the way, the last Olympic Games, it's only women who brought back the medals. So I wrote the other day, you know, Twitter is very nice because of you can just tweet to anyone, regardless of the position, and be naughty. And I wrote and said, if there are low-hanging fruits for us to get the medals, Parliament should invest in women in sport. If we want our flag to fly high in all those events, our government should invest in women in sport. It will be faster. It will be faster for them to see, because you know, one thing, and I remember Janine was talking, Janine is the lady who was talking about authentic leadership yesterday, and she was talking about brand essay and how I used to serve in the brand essay board, and how we were talking about how do we make sure that our brand is all over in the world, but also is doing good. But there's no brand that does that well than sports. And I can challenge now anyone to say, it's not only sport, it's women's sport. Women's sport raises flags in Morocco, in Australia and New Zealand. It does that when we are hosting here in South Africa. We are doing well. It's in a more assertive way and not being aggressive. And girls, we know in the township, we pull our skirts and we say, you want to fight with me. So we don't do it that way. We do it assertively. If a boy says to me, you play like a girl, I should say, can you repeat your statement? Let him repeat it. And when he repeats it and says, so what does that mean? Because he will start thinking that whatever he said was not correct. Because of why are you asking a question? And when he answers you to say, but I saw you throwing like this, and you said, so how do you know that that's the way a girl throws the ball? How do you know if you're not a girl? So ask more questions. When you are offended, don't fight back. Ask questions. Did I go back? Oh. So this slide is a lot of things on the slide. Everybody, somebody, anybody, nobody. That's a team of 4. A team of 4 members called everybody, somebody, anybody, and nobody. There was an important job to be done. Everybody was sure that somebody would do it. Anybody could have done it, but nobody did it. Somebody got angry about that because it was everybody's job. And everybody thought, it is everybody's job. Nobody realized that everybody's job, it was everybody's job. And everybody wouldn't do it. It ended up being everybody's blame. Somebody, when nobody did it, and what anybody would have done. Complicated. But what does does that tell you? Huh? Always want someone to do something. And there's no delegation. So what to remember, subsequent to the presentation, remember the following. I start where I am with you, with the tools that I have. Don't say I don't have money. Sawasf doesn't have money. I must tell you now, we don't have money, but we do something. I personally must act, cannot delegate to someone else what I need to do. I must believe that action is necessary if there's supposed to be change. And I must mobilize others. I'm not saying delegate or mobilize others to do it for yourself. I have to do it. I must mobilize others to believe that action is necessary to bring change. Action is possible. They personally must act. Does it make sense? They, meaning us, we should personally act. And in other words, there is no passing the buck. No one else will do it if we don't do it. I keep on missing this thing. So, in New Zealand, we came up with a long list of things that should change. Change, inspire change. And those are the issues. We look at issues around leadership requires you're putting women in all their diverse at the heart of the decision making in every area of sports. We talk about the voice of the youth, and that's why today we have more youth in this forum. So we are starting to implement the resolution from the conference. We talk about male allies and champions, and as I said yesterday, that we will be starting a program with men who will speak for us, not us only speaking for ourselves. Issues around safeguarding, issues about eliminating discrimination. I'm trying to run through this because we have now to unpack it later. Gender identity by creating safe space, playing effective role in climate change and sustainability because it affects us. It affects us because of how many times are our games stopped because of it was raining. And it rains with no limit in such a way that possibly even the tournament might be affected. So we need to talk about climate change. Promote athletes' well-being, women's sports in media to be strengthened, and also building value by scheduling sportswomen events in prime time broadcasting. And that's why we brought in also from yesterday to today a lot of women who are in broadcasting, because we need to make changes there and they should help us to say what are the things that we need to do in order for us to bring change. So now we need to unpack the call for action from New Zealand. And this is what is in our thinking. But also in unpacking that, we need again to focus on change, inspire change. Change happens whether we like it or not. If I decide not to want to change, it will happen somewhere else. So whether we like it or not, it will happen. Change occurs you're very quick, yeah, English. Okay, change can be very slow, and to be ready, we must do these things. We must be on top of our game. We must be able to look for opportunities to get involved through active participation. Let's stop talking about what can we do, because of that's how sports is. What can we do because of football is a man's world? Let's stop doing that. Let's do something. Learn and grow exponentially. Be in tune to the world around you, and not only the world around you. Don't make sure that if you want to know more about sports and women's sport, make sure that you are aware about the current news in your country, but also understand what is happening in the world of sport in Africa and also globally. So make sure that you are informed. I mean, nowadays we have all access to all these gadgets where you can check the information. Acknowledge that no matter how long it will take it will take for things to change, they will change at the end. And yesterday I was talking to women about how we advocate for gender testing, and one door is closed, and then we went to look for another door, and when the door is closed, we go to another one until the last door was open. So that's what you do. But encourage more women to get involved in sports organizations. We always complain to say we are not seeing women in federations, but let's encourage them, but also not only encourage them, let's support them. Des will tell you how much support she's getting from a lot of us as women. We might not have access because of the respect, there's time and space, but we will be sending messages just to show that we are with you, Des, we support you. Yes, that's what you are saying, it's correct, you have our back. So those are the things that we should do as women. We need to make sure that we support each other and make sure that people should be aware that they are supported. So, attracting and recruiting youth, as I have said, that's one of the things that came out from New Zealand. We would be working on that program, and we've started doing that. Prepare for the future without some of us, and we used to say as women, it can't be done without us. So the youth also should tell us, you can plan for us without us. But also again, youth should be ready to be coached or to be mentored. You should be able, out of this forum, to identify possibly some of the women who you could ask to say, can you mentor me? But mentorship is a responsibility for two people who are in the mentorship. You can't ask me to mentor you and then we agree on the time for our appointment, and the next thing 5 minutes before the session, you then tell me that you are no longer available. But also, you can't switch off your phone when it's time for us to do mentorship. So there are issues that we need to agree on our mentorship to say, these are our rules. This is how we are going to work. And we must actually make sure that we follow those rules. But encourage the youth to look up around learning for themselves, and also to develop themselves, and again grabbing the opportunities wherever there is an opportunity. The issue also that we we raised is the fact that we would want to involve men, but not only men, because men, we want them to speak for us. But I think one thing that is coming more and more out is the fact that we are leaving the boys behind. And the boys are the ones that, when they are playing with girls in the streets, they are telling girls that they are playing like girls and throwing balls like whatever. So, so we need to actually start working with boys also. We need to fight this horrible thing, sexual harassment. Yep. And it's big in sports, especially individual sport. Because in the individual sport, the coach is with the player and no one is there. In a team, it's even much better because of, you know, there are people around there, but with individual sport, it's worse. So one study shows of 919, it shows 919 adolescents in in grade 12, where they were surveyed. I'm told I'm running late now. Why am I going back? You see? Now you're putting pressure on me. Okay. Okay. You see now we are under pressure and this thing is playing with me now. Yeah, it's sabotage actually. Why is it moving up and up? Okay, I'll run through the slide on areas that we should look at. It's around consistent advocacy, which we do, and make sure that there are policies. We are pushing the Department of Sports and Recreation to make sure that there's a policy on women in sport. It had been going on for years, but possibly one day we'll launch that policy. Mobilize more women. Look around issues on make society aware in order for us to eliminate discrimination, intensify conversations like we are doing today, and also educate everyone to appreciate the issue around diversity and inclusion. Fight for provision of equal and more resources for women, and I'm happy now sports teams are starting to fight for equal pay. The issue around women netball and having all-female team broadcasting the games worldwide. No technical problems. The games were on throughout, professionally done, and that's great for us. However, women do not get the same media exposure. So whilst women are sitting behind the cameras, unfortunately, we don't get that equal opportunity on television. A UNESCO report on 2020, during 2023 states that outside the period of major sporting festival, such as the FIFA World Cup Netball, World Cup Cricket, and the likes, only around 4% of women participation receive media publicity. 4%. That's not good. So we need to start coming up with strategies of dealing with it. And in conclusion, this call for action cannot just be an empty promise. And that's one thing we do well at Sawasf. Because of every time we go to this World Conference, we come back and unpack the resolutions, and we try in the 4 years between the conference, we make sure that we implement those we can. So we identify areas where we can implement those outcomes. The call for action should be stimulated to do something in order to achieve the aims and deals with the problem. So if we are identifying a problem, we should deal with it. Today and going into tomorrow, we are called, all of us, individuals, teams, communities, women in sport organizations, to be on the look of those opportunities and resources, and also fight issues around gender and issues around gender equality and issues around gender equity. I will skip this one. I can see Dumisani coming to me. In conclusion, I can't do it yet. So which steps have you reached today? I did it. So you are on the top step. So you can't say, I won't do it, I can't do it, I want to do it, how do I do it? I will try and do it, I can't do it, I can do it, I will do it, yes, I did it. That's it, thank you.
Thank you, Mantami. We will allow space for questions during the panel discussion. So when we do the panel discussion, when we come back from our comfort break, there will be a stage for questions, and then you can have questions about the change movement as well. Okay. And then now we have a short comfort break. I'm only going to give you 5 minutes, because in that time you can just stretch your legs, take some steps towards change, and maybe make your way to the lavatory if you need to, or get something to drink, some fresh air. But please make your way back so that we can start at 11 and try and catch up with the schedule, please. Thank you.
Yes, I was about to say, I've seen you at just tired.
Joe, we got 2 minutes back on the clock, eh?
We only have 2 If you're in the room, just know we have 2 minutes before we're going back live, so please make your way back to your seat as soon as possible.
Samu, when you're done with the coffee, can you please man my camera while I grab coffee?
The line is really long.
When's the interview? Let me try. I think, can I write it? What I think write it down. Can I write Joe. We need to do what? Who? Okay. Okay, someone's gonna do it. We have ungaphandle Sam. Interviewing ngaphandle. 19 seconds. 10 seconds.
Welcome back, everyone. Please make your way to your seats as we will like to continue with the rest of our discussions. Welcome back. I hope you guys were able to stretch your legs and get something to eat. You may eat while we continue with the program. And then I would just like to tell you all that we are live on YouTube. And so we would like you to please share on your social media platforms and with your friends our hashtags, our hashtag 2023 SAWASF Advocacy Conference or hashtag 2023 SAWSA Conference. So please just make use of those hashtags and tag the Federation's social media platforms and share with as many people as you can. We know the power of the digital world. All right, seems like everybody has found their way back to their seat. So it is now with great pleasure for me to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Katongo Buwalea, who has left a big conference in Zambia to be in attendance with us here today. So we are feeling very honored to have her join us. Katonga is a lecturer of physical education and sports at the University of Zambia. She is also the executive co-chairperson of the National Organization of Women in Sport, Physical Activity and Recreation. She holds a BAc in Physical Education and Sport from the International School of Physical Education and Sport in Havana, Cuba, an MA in Sport Management from the London Metropolitan University in the UK, and a PhD in Physical Education and Sport from the University of Zambia. Yes, this doctor has previously worked as a Sport Development Officer at Ministry of Sport, Youth and Art, as a Sport Outreach Officer at the Olympic Youth Development Center in Zambia, and an English, Spanish and Physical Education teacher at the French School in Lusaka. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Dr. Katongo Buwalea.
Yeah, firstly, I'm so happy to be here. So happy to see these happy faces. It's so nice to be in an area where you speak the same language, which is sports. I'm glad that you're all passionate about sports, as I am. So, yes, so my, has been read by my presenter. Thank you so much. My scholarship from my first degree to my PhD. So I really can speak about the value of sport from experience as an athlete. So just from swimming in community swimming sports, I went to Cuba. From Cuba, the London 2012 Olympics, before the London 2012 Olympics, there was a legacy program. I don't know, there's anyone who's old enough to remember anything about London 2012? Maybe some of you may be too young to remember that. Well, the good thing about sport also, it makes you look young for longer. I'm not as young as I look. Yeah, so I've been around. So London 2012 had a legacy program, and they wanted to empower the third world in sports initiatives. So my master's scholarship was actually one of those initiatives. So I went to study sport because after the London 2012, they wanted to speak about what sport has done for the third world. So I'm a product of the London 2012 legacy program. Of course, I graduated before the games. I graduated in 2009, and then later I went on to do my PhD. So today I'll be talking to you about something I think which is very close to what was being talked about before, but I think maybe even to thank those that are behind the preparation of this conference. You know, most times, especially those that may be in academia, we go to conferences where it's very formal, there's no room for interaction, and then you just feel it's so theoretical and you can't really place yourself in the discussion. So I like that they've made this conference very interactive. There's an opportunity to have a focus group discussion. And then I might present something that may be so statistical and theoretical, and then you just feel that you need to bring it down to your place. Where do I fit into all this information? And so when we have panels like we're going to have, I think that's the place where we link theory, policy, and practice. And it's always very, very important because oftentimes academia is so delinked from practice. You know, the theory is, oh, it's brilliant, it should happen like this and all these things. But most of the time, the academics have nothing to do with practice. And in reality, that's not what's happening. And again, I'm so grateful, as the presenter presented me. I've had an experience to be in academia. I'm a lecturer in the university, but I'm a chairperson for NAUSPA, which is the National Organization for Women in Sport, Physical Activity and Recreation. And we do a lot of physical activity and sport in the community. So we are very sort of interactive with our communities. So we are applying what is in theory, but we are being informed by what is happening on the ground. And I think that is very important. Often there's a gap. There's a mismatch between what the books say and what is happening on the ground. But also, what is happening on the ground should inform policy. So the policy makers are sitting in their offices and they do not know what is happening. We say, women in sport, women in sport. I mean, a young boy can just go on the field. We're going to play a football match. We have two teams. Okay, team A, take off your shirts. Team B, you keep your shirts on. Very easy to do that, isn't it? But that doesn't happen for the girl child. A girl won't just take off her shirt to play football. So you have to have infrastructure that is properly made for a woman to be able to participate in sport. Those are details that people on top there might not understand. We can be having a football game or a netball game, and there are no change rooms, or there are no, what do you call them? There are no pad bins, for example. If a girl's on her periods, what happens? She'll shun the football game because she has to think about how long does it take me to leave the game and go and change my sanitary towel. Those are real issues. Boys can stay on the pitch and play 90 minutes, but if a girl's on her periods, what happens? You have to think about those issues, and that's the reality. I know sometimes we don't want to talk about these things, but if we're going to link policy and practice, we must talk about them. As crude and as raw as they may sound, we should talk about them. Yeah? Sorry for that long the developed world, if you come from a third world country, poor country like my country, Zambia, when you travel the world, speak to people, experience the world, I'm sure our chairperson here, with her travels and experience, she will tell you that these issues are similar across the globe. They are very, very similar. I recently had an opportunity to go to the Norwegian School of Sports Science, where I was invited as a guest lecturer, and one of the students, a PhD student, was doing a study on leadership, women leadership in sports federations. You won't believe, Norway, as developed as it is, they have issues with representation of women in leadership. As developed as, I mean, sports is their culture. The Norwegian system is just, I mean, it's what you want to compare to. It's what you look up to. But they still have issues. And she was doing this study underneath. They still have issues in the incorporation of women into leadership positions in sports organizations. So this language that we're speaking is literally across the globe. We are facing similar challenges. So this sort of summarizes actually my entire presentation, although I start with it. This is my thoughts, and it's a personal opinion, and I would like to think, for me, this is the current state of affairs. This is where we are. So I say the biggest milestone is no longer about women being allowed to play. It is how we ensure that the fantastic growth we've seen thus far does not stagnate. So yes, we still have issues on women participating in sports, but really, we have achieved so much. I think we deserve a pat on the back. We've made some changes, the milestones that have been achieved, and we should really get some credit for the work that has been done. Organizations like Sawasf, for example, look at a forum like this one. You have to be intentional for the change to happen. It can't happen on its own. So you have to be intentional like this. Bring people together, speak to them, advocacy. And this is what has been done. And slowly we've begun to see the change. We saw the coach there. We celebrate you, Mama. We're so proud of you and what you're doing. I mean, it could have been a man in your place very easily. I'm sure you saw that with a lot of African teams that you met at the World Cup, you know? But we are celebrating you because we've achieved huge, huge milestones. But the idea is, let's not be complacent. There's still huge margins between where the men are and where we are. So we must keep pushing. We can smile, but we still keep moving. So in terms of, this presentation is generally statistical information. Again, I'm academia, so you want, you really want to back up, you don't speak from without, you want to back up your information, so it should be research-based and whatnot and whatnot. So I try to add a voice to the data that exists. So women's sports has seen huge gains, that's for sure, in viewership in the recent years. So the truth of the matter is, although the ratings are better than before, the margins are still there. The ratings are definitely better. What do we see as women in sports? It's an opportunity for advertising, it's an opportunity for sponsorship, it's an opportunity for build mentorship, like the coach was saying. We need to take advantage of this growing viewership in terms of sports. And in viewership, it can either be on social media, it can be on television, it can be different types of media. So these are the statistics from the FIFA Women's World Cup, and the growth. Look at the ticket sales in the just ended World Cup. The audience for a single match, 53.9 million viewers watched their match against England. That's huge, you know. That's huge. This is female sports being watched like this. The traffic on FIFA's digital media for the first 15 days surpassed entirely of France 2019. This is just for the first 15 days. So this is, again, these are huge statistics that we're seeing on the growth of okay. So there's another recent study, and well, this statistics is from 2022, and of course 2022 because 2023 statistics have not yet been concluded. But habits in women's sports have shown attendance and viewership records in 2022 were more than 2 million. This is generic now. It's not only to football. 8.4 million watched live Women's Super League in 2022, but did not see any live Premier League football, with 6.8 million watching both. This compares to the 5.1 million watching the Women's Super League in 2021. These statistics are local statistics for you here in South Africa, and amazing comparison of up to 44% rise from the previous Women's T20 World Cup. That's huge. 44% rise. That's just amazing. So what are we saying in all this? What we're saying is in almost, I've listed a number of variables. So I've listed media coverage, I've listed leadership, for example, I've listed viewership, I've listed remunerations, how much money is being paid to athletes. Yes, we are not at the same place, but yes, there's a big difference from what we had before and what we have now. In media coverage, there still continues to be an imbalance in the quality and quantity of sports coverage for women as compared to that of men. And it's amazing to know that outside of sporting festivals, 40% of all sports participants are women. That's high. So women are participating in sports generally almost as much as men are participating. 40% as compared to 60% women. But out of those 40% of women that are participating in sport, only 4% media coverage. Can you imagine how drastic the coverage comes down from the participation? Another point to highlight, the popularity of sports coverage, for example, at the same time that the Matildas were progressing to the quarterfinals of the 2023 FIFA Women's World Cup, Australia's media was focused only on them, but the netball team had just won the World Cup. So we also have issues of imbalance, you know, selection on which sports gets more focus. So it's also a battle. Yes, it's women participating in sports, but it's a battle amongst ourselves also. Why is this sport more popular than the other? Why is football getting more coverage? The others had just won the World Cup. But guess who was taking the limelight? Football was taking the limelight. Again, that's a huge bill that we actually have a lot of issues to take care of. It's like we are also fighting amongst ourselves, isn't it? This sport is more popular than the other. So it's football getting the limelight, but if we are to promote sports, it should be every sport. Everybody should get the deserved coverage, and especially if they're doing so well. They've gone as far as the World Cup, and priority is going to be given to a team that is at the quarterfinals. So yes, those are important points we must get. But it's not all gloom and doom, because we have an initiative. South Africa, we are watching your TV around the world, and well, Africa, DSTV, initiatives like this, these are brilliant initiatives, and that's what we must encourage, that's what we must support. At least we are being intentional here when we have an initiative like this one, creating female role models, increasing viewership, and unearthing talent around the continent. I was so excited when I saw this here for her. I don't know whose brainchild it is, but this, maybe somebody here may know whose brainchild.
Somebody here that did tell you.
Okay. Whose idea?
No. It was some advocacy behind the scene.
Okay.
That's it. Okay. Yeah.
You won the award. We're talking about the
Guys.
award.
Yeah.
So this is a brilliant move. And I was saying that this is very intentional. It's meant to look out for the woman. Because like we've seen 4% media coverage, we have to have initiatives like this if we're going to make a difference, or if we're going to feel a change anyway. Monies. Somebody was talking about the money matters. Yes, money really does make the world go around. Prize money, look at how the prize money has gone up. This is something to be excited about. Look at the trends. FIFA confirmed $110 million in total prize money, as compared to just in 2019, only 30 million. That's a huge, that's 3-4 times the amount that was there at the previous World Cup. So this is a lot of, and we need to celebrate such things. Yes, I know we are a bit hard on ourselves, but also let's take a moment to drink some coffee and enjoy, celebrate such triumphs, because such triumphs are only happening because of the advocacy that you women in here are doing. Yeah. So this is huge, and yes, we can see the trajectory. It hasn't been so long. Look at 2007 to now, from 5.8 million to 110. It's great improvement. But again, when we compare to the man, 0 female athletes appear on the list of the 100 highest earning athletes. Out of the top 100, there's no female yet. Serena Williams comes after 100. She's the top earning, I think she earns about 18 million or something. But she doesn't make the top 100. So the 10 highest paid female athletes combined earn less than top male athletes. The top 10 highest paid athletes last year together earned a combined 105 million. Three of the top earning male athletes, that's Floyd Mayweather, Lionel Messi, and Cristiano Ronaldo, each earned 105 million. The top 10 highest paid female combined earned 105, whilst the 3 top athletes earned 105 each. And this is by Forbes magazine. So you know it's data that's verified. So good things have improved in terms of how much money women athletes are being paid. I don't know if any of you have been following the Women's World Cup, issues that surrounded the African teams. There were threats, some teams were not going to play if they were not. Yes. Right. So it's women, they need because sometimes they are promised monies that they are not paid when they come back.
But that money is definitely, FIFA will monitor that.
So the FIFA money, yes, I know I heard FIFA will actually deposit directly into players' accounts or something. What's going to happen?
It's not going to happen. It will go to the federation. Any money that come has to be taxed. But I can guarantee you it will go to the players because in 2019,
I can guarantee that the monies will go in because it will be monitored. In 2019, the monies all got paid to the federation, right? But clubs that develop players and clubs whose players participated at the World Cup got their monies. I think the challenge is what was the federations giving. But I think the reason why FIFA did that was they used to give all the money to the federation. So what they've done now is that they've given money to the players and a portion to the federation. So the further you got into the tournament, the more money you would get, but the more money the federation would get as well. If we won the World Cup, which we could have, each player would have got over 5 million rand each. Each. Whether you played at the World Cup or not, even if you were on the bench. Even if you were on the bench, and that's common knowledge. $30,000 US for the group stage, 60,000 for the last 16, etc., etc. And on the other hand, the federation would also get money. So the federation would get about 81 million if we had to reach the final, and the players would have gotten over 5 million. So they decided to do it that way because the federation gets the money, but then the players get very little. Hopefully next time they'll include the staff as well because they play just such an important role. So that is what FIFA decided, and that is why the money has increased so much. To be able to make sure that the players, so it wasn't only South Africa, it wasn't only Zambia. England also had a dispute because the federation was not giving them anything. They were only getting that money, and they wanted to know what is the federation giving. So they put their issues aside and said, let's worry about it after the World Cup. Germany had the same challenge, where they also said it wasn't just the African countries that were unhappy. But the thing is, the players here wanted to make sure that they were going to get the money. And I can guarantee you it will. After all of this happening, FIFA will make sure that they put someone in place to monitor all of those things. Because the same happened with Nigeria. I mean, some of the players haven't been paid since WAFCON. And that is the story, how women in sport is being undermined. And if you raise your voice, especially in Nigeria, a lot of the players were cut. But I select the squad. So no one will tell me who I can and who I cannot select.
That's just so beautiful, and that's why again I say this is really nice because then we can really hear the voices, lived experiences. You can tell us firsthand, and this is what we want to hear. Okay, these are initiatives that are being taken, and it's like I said from the beginning, these issues are across the globe. It's not Germany. Who would have thought? England. Who would have thought? Because you're thinking, okay, they have their issues sorted out. But they're actually going through the same thing. So the women issues are actually global issues. And that's why we should speak one voice so that this change should happen for all of us. Thank you so much for that intervention. Participation, sure, I've overextended my time. I'll be finishing soon. So, participation, yes, it has also increased, either at grassroots level, at elite sport level. I think we've seen a steady ascension of participation of women in sports. Also from the Olympic Games, women participation has significantly increased from 34% in Atlanta to a new record of 48% in last Olympics, Tokyo 2020. and commitment to reach a full gender equality for the Olympic Games of Paris 2024. So this is promising that actually there's a desire that we should go up come next year in Paris 2024. Under participation also, I thought I should just make a mention of this again. Sorry, I'm referring a lot to the World Cup, but it's because it's something that's very recent and it's something that we can relate with, very fresh in our memories. So 6 for the first time, teams from all 6 confederations won a match at the tournament. So that tells us a bit about how competitive it's becoming. Like it's not only for a certain, so everybody sort of, it's becoming more enjoyable. I think that there's more effort being put in. 3 of Africa's representatives breaking all kinds of records. 3 teams have reached a round of 16. Extremely impressive in terms of participation of women in sport, African teams. New Zealand became the first team from Oceania to register a victory. That's also a good record. Leadership roles in sports. I think there's been good progress. We have our coach there, women leading teams, women leading sports organizations. I think it's becoming something that we're seeing more often. Women in policy development. I remember when I was doing my first degree and I said I was going to do a degree in sports science, and everybody was like, what? Why would you go to school to study sports? You know, yeah, like it was such a big joke. Let alone a master's in sports. Have you got nothing better to do? Even a PhD in sports? So you know, it's amazing that slowly we are evolving. Sport is becoming a proper profession, and women are embracing sports as a profession. And it's good if we have role models. We have people that can say, okay, I'm a sports person myself, and I get paid for it. There's nothing better than getting paid doing what you love doing, believe me. Yeah, so I have my PE students, we go on the field, have a game of basketball, or play football and volleyball, and at the end of the day, I've got a paycheck. It's nice. Yeah, it's very, very nice. You know, I get to go to work in tracksuits, in trainers. It's really nice. So yeah. So for those that are passionate about sports, I mean, pursue it as a career. Why not? We need more women involved in sports. Yes, it's happening, but obviously the more we have, the more role models we have, the more younger girls look up to sport as a profession. And when we have female voices on these boards, then we have boards that are representative. We don't want men making decisions for women when they don't understand some of the issues that women actually do go through. When we say Mother's Day, I don't know about South Africa, we have Mother's Day every month. In Zambia, you're entitled to at least a Mother's Day every month. Yeah. So, well, the men will have issues with it. But if I tell you, if you have a woman who has serious period cramps, they will know what a Mother's Day once a month can do for them. And it's a woman who understands that, who is sitting on that board, who would advocate for that decision, because they understand what it means. Yes, please.
I think it was last year, we had a workshop with CAF, Blue FIFA, and the menstrual cycle is very, very important. We even had male coaches on there to understand how to train, how to take care of females during that. And it came up again at the convention because a lot of injuries is attributed to that. There's been a lot of ACL injuries, but not enough research has gone into that. But we know the elasticity of the ligaments are very relaxed when that happens. So That's the reason why we brought in Simone to assist us at the World Cup. We got the app of the menstrual cycle, and players needed to log when they were having their periods so that we knew come the time the tournament starts who we need to take care of. We have, it's such a huge presentation, and it's really not related to Africa because you have to eat walnuts and that, and I know many people don't even know what that is. But when Coach Vera was here, we did a lot of coordination before even going on to training to help with that, because a lot of injuries happen when you have that. So we brought Simone in, and she would work with a group of players that are on their periods, and she would work with them doing a lot of coordination before they join the training, because as coaches, we are managers as well, and we need to take care of the players' well-being more than anything. So to the coaches out there, it's not that you have to get huge resources, but you have to get someone, and players also take the responsibility. I remember Andili always used to put out the cones, and then everybody who was on the menstrual cycle used to first do the coordination, because we have an activation before we start training, used to do that and then join, because you want to take care of the players' well-being as well. So the menstrual cycle has become huge. There's a lady called Georgie, and it started at Chelsea, where she does all this presentation, and you different phases of your menstrual cycle, also different levels how you need to train players, etc. So it's become such a huge topic, because people just take those things for granted. Even pregnancy, people are getting maternity leave now, which they didn't get before, because it was taboo. And with the USA, we even saw some ladies training while you saw this little tummy. And immediately when they had given birth, they joined the training, but on a lower level. So a lot of things have changed, where people understand that this is women. And there's a huge thing about turning women as women and not as men. Because we go back to our experiences of what we did, and that doesn't work anymore. People don't run around the field 12 times anymore. There's a different way of training, and that is where sports science comes in as well. Because at the end of the day, everything you do is scientific. You've got to take care of the body, you've got to make sure. And sometimes people train twice a day, but then they have nothing left in the tank the next day. So we make sure that when we train, that they give everything, so that the next day, we also have students, so we have to take care of that too, to give them time off to train. And when you speak about students, 99.9% currently in the national team are either studying, have a degree, or have 2 or 3 degrees. When I was playing, there were more unemployed people in the team than anything else. So it shows how things have changed, how opportunities have opened up. And you speak about education. We have, in 2019, we had 2 players that was at the High Performance Center that went to the World Cup. But we had an agreement with the school that we were not going to call them after to do their matric exams. We have another individual now who I said, I'm not calling you up, but I can do my matric next year at college. Not on my watch. You got to do your matric now, because next year is a different year. And next year it's not going to happen. We had a player from KZN, we didn't call her after October, because that is our responsibility too, to make sure that you get an education, to make sure that because you come to the national team because you can play football. I can't teach you to play. I can help you grow, but I can't teach you to play. But I have to make sure that holistically, when that player is done playing, that player is a better person, a better individual. So the onus is on everybody in this room to make sure that that happens. Because you've got to take care. Education is key, and knowledge is key. But it's not the knowledge that is key, it's what you do with that knowledge. It can be here, but you can't take it out of your pocket. So it's important
That's why we need you to open a school with all that knowledge that you have.
So it's important that youngsters here don't look at the big dollar signs. Don't look at that. Tembi was at university. Does she need the university now? No. But she was there. Jermaine has got a degree in the US. Kaylin's got a degree. Hilda Magaya has studied. Linda was the only one that decided she wanted to go professional. And she don't need a degree now, because she's earning enough money. But you got to make sure that when you go in that route of professional football, that you are guaranteed. And in sport, you are not guaranteed. So you have to have something to fall back on. If you do not have that, you will read the stories like we are reading of the male footballers now. There's no female footballer that you'll read that story about because they are all educated. And that is where varsity football plays a huge role.
Thank you, Coach.
That's information that people should be paid to get actually. It's very, very important. And yes.
Doctor, sorry to interrupt, but we can continue this discussion and the conversations during our panel discussion. So I would like to please also invite our panelists up to the stage. Can please have a seat and introduce yourselves when we start. And then Doctor, you can also have a seat and then we can continue with the discussions on change. But while we're setting that up and getting the camera ready and having our panelists join us, we're going to go do a quick activity around the room. We know there's power in numbers. Esteemed panel of speakers that has joined us now. So once again, thank you, Dr. Katongo, for sharing your lessons from across the world regarding the change movement in women and sport. And before we start the panel discussion, I would just like to also welcome our panelists here, and I'm going to give them the opportunity to introduce themselves, starting with Coach Manda.
Hello everyone, my name is Sawasf. I am the netball person. We actually wanted to save time, okay? She said we must just be quick. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Sawasf. I am the head coach of the national team for Fast. Yes! I'm the former national player and I'm the former captain of the national team. Silver winning gold national national team.
I think I always fall victim to this part where everyone's got quite a lengthy introduction. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mbali Poza. I am the transformation manager for Cricket South Africa.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Rwanda Williams. I head up events at the City of Cape Town. I'm also a CAF media officer and an ex-FIFA employee.
Yes, That's better. That's better.
Alright, so this panel discussion is about the change movement, and we already had the doctors sharing the lessons she's learned from the global movement. So I'm now going to give you opportunity, Coach Mars, to give your input on the changes of women and sport in South Africa as well as globally.
Thank you, Joe. Okay, just from my side, Doc, thank you so much for all the information. As a sporting woman in South Africa, I see a lot of change, but I am still worried about the role that families play in encouraging girls to play sport. So I think we need to tap into that. And also the rigid gender norms. You touched based on something very important about the women being objectified and being demeaned. When you play sport, you are expected to, how the cameras will focus on certain areas as a woman, and I think it's still quite a challenge in South Africa. Volleyball people, if they're here, they know how the lenses will focus on when you want to serve and stuff like that, and also, yeah, so just from my side, those two factors. Thank you.
Okay.
I don't think you have a response yet. Okay, all right, thank you. I think that last part, I don't know if the ladies that are having a session later on media and how women are portrayed in sports can maybe capture the point that you just presented so that we don't lose it in discussion. I think it's quite important, especially for the guys that are already in media. Maybe there's some pointers there that they can add. Okay, so for me, I think one of the most important things as a transformation person
is always on the importance of defining certain concepts. I think also sometimes we take for granted that everyone understands what we're talking about when we say change movement or change management or change any other concept that we're talking about. We take for granted that everybody understands what we're talking about, whereas that might not necessarily be the case. So I think also one of the things that we need to perhaps change is bringing in education to people in relation to sports and terminologies and all of that. Some of us, okay, I'm not a sports playing person, I'm not an athlete, but you might find someone who is playing sports, but they're not familiar with the terminologies and all of that. So I think also if we can just be cognizant of that, sometimes when we're bringing in concepts and discussions like this, it would be quite important. We're coming from different backgrounds. Let's be cognizant of that when we're bringing in all these terminologies. English is not all our first language. We're not all privileged to be coming from backgrounds where we can eloquently speak or articulate or understand the language. So I think when we in rooms like this, part of change in sports, whether it's women related or whether it's just focusing on ensuring that there's development and empowerment in the space of sports, whether it's for women or for people who are coming from disadvantaged backgrounds. So I'm saying a lot of things, but I think basically because I'm quite passionate when it comes to transformation and change. I think one of the nice discussions that I've experienced is when we were talking about how women are empowered or empowering themselves in terms of looking over and above just the infield side of things, the education side of things. That excites me because we all understand that playing sports is not going to be for a lifetime, but then what happens when you're suffering from an injury? Do you have a backup plan? So I'm quite happy when we're having those conversations. And I think also the other thing that we kind of forget is there is background work. There's women that are occupying positions at office or admin management positions that are not playing, that you're not going to see on camera. So also bringing in that understanding to say, ladies, yes, if you are passionate about sports and you would like to be on the field and playing sports, this is the career or the route for you. But also be cognizant of the fact that there's also a space for you in the office side of things, you know, in the management side of things, and behind the cameras side of things. Putting together a sitting or setup like this, let's say this was a football match, there's people that make sure that that thing happens and it gets broadcasted. So I think there's education in terms of all of those elements that we mustn't take for granted, because some of us have access to information, but some of us don't. Some of us might have cell phones, but we might not know what to even search for when it comes to, okay, I want to be in sports, but I don't really want to play, but I would really love to understand what goes behind putting everything together. Where do I go for that information? Do I have to be at a certain university? Do I have to wait to get to a certain university for me to find that information? So information centers, I think, is quite a critical thing for us to also focus on for young women that are coming from predominantly disadvantaged backgrounds, because honestly speaking, visibility is very important. Conversations like these are very important. We all leaders, and we all advocate in our own unique ways. I don't have to be sitting in a particular office and in a position for me to be playing a role of leadership. The people that are here, that are getting all this information, it's up to them what they do with the information. Do you keep it to yourself? Or do you decide, hey, I've got a lady or two or three that I play with that did not get an opportunity to be here. Let me share that information. I think that also is part of what we're talking about when we're talking about change in terms of women in sports and how we navigate and support each other. I've said a lot of things. I'm sorry. Let me cut.
Never apologize.
A very difficult act to follow. But I just want to touch on what she said, and I think education and advocacy is so important when it comes to change. And I also want to especially speak to the young women in this room and the opportunities It's so important for you to be able to identify opportunities. I mean, if you hear what all of the ladies have said before us, is there's so many opportunities in sport. A lot of us, and myself included, I didn't pay for my education. My education was paid for by sport. I played netball, but I ended up in football. So just because you don't make it as a player, there's other opportunities. There's administration. There's looking at, as she was saying, how things are put together. So there's many, many opportunities. And it's really just, sometimes it's being in the right place at the right time. And sometimes it's also based on hard work. If people see that you're a hard worker, you're interested, you're dedicated, you always show up, there'll always be an opportunity for you. So I think it's important that we take that opportunities and that we show up and that we take, I think in Tambi's presentation was saying that I take the responsibility. I will do what I'm supposed to do. It's very important. Don't look always to other people. Yes, other people are always there to assist you and to help you and to advise you. But it's very important, as Desiree was also advising the other player, you have to take the decision. If something is not working for you, move somewhere else, look for other opportunities, speak to people, engage with people, and see how you can bring about your own change. And also, once you've done that for yourself, see how you can, along the way, assist with change for others.
So Mabale, knowing you are, in transformation, and we did discuss the changes now, and we had the stats of how there are changes in the percentages of women being in sports in the different roles that you did mention as well. So now we have women in certain positions, but now sometimes they are more so as token appointments versus actually being influential in the decision making. So how do we convert the diversity into inclusion, actually, when it comes to the decision making and leadership roles in sport?
Okay. So there's two elements that you touched on, and that is women that are in leadership positions in sports, perhaps that may be there because of not necessarily that they qualify or that they are entrusted to deliver on the role, but because they are tokens, right? So that's one element. The second part of that question is, how do we change from diversity to inclusion? So that's two questions. Okay, so you're bamboozling me, but I'm listening. Okay, so I think we touched or spoke about this quite lengthy yesterday, where we were, I don't remember, I think it was Marisa who was speaking on discrimination and yesterday. So we did quite touch a bit on that, but I think the responsibility or the onus being on that particular individual who has found themselves in that position, and they realize that they're actually not there because they are trusted to fulfill the role. I don't have the answer in terms of what do you then do, because I asked the exact same question yesterday to say, what do you do as a woman when you find yourself to be in that position? Thankfully enough, I think we have someone who's going to assist me with that one.
Yeah. So I think that's something, I know that's something that Sawasf must be doing, that's something that NAUSPA is doing. For quite some time, we've had women who've been put in positions to make the numbers. So it's about, the policy says 50% women, the policy says 20% women, and you pick women because you know they're going to vote for you, maybe when there's an election, or they're going to give you some favors when there's need for favors, and they're just there to make the numbers. They don't have the capacity to be there for what they should be. So organizations like NAUSPA or Sawasf, what we try to do then is build capacity in those women. Capacity building is very important. It's unfortunate that they found themselves in a position, it's a compromised position, or I got there because somebody knows me in a certain way, or they feel I should be there because of the favors that I can do. Especially for national federations, I don't know about South Africa, but there are positions where they'll need a certain number of people to vote for them to be in. So they'll get these women that they know, look, she owes me the vote when it's time to vote. So I'll give her a scholarship, for example, or I'll do this for her child, and I'll get her vote when it's time to vote. So these women are not put there on merit, but they hold very key positions which can influence change for women. So what we'll do then as NAUSPA is build capacity in those women. Tell them how powerful that role they hold is. Build capacity in them, tell them, look, you are representing women on that board, so give them enough training. Before they know it, actually, they'll be voting against those same women because they know that actually they hold a very high ticket there and they can do something for the women that they represent on that board. So that's what we can do as advocates for sport or for the change that we want to see. Yes, they are there, but we can empower them, we can expose them, we can come up with initiatives that make them better representatives on those boards or in those positions that they hold.
Then Coach Mart, I'm going to ask you, coming from netball, and me myself coming from netball, what changes have you seen from the time that you were captain of the national side until now with Bongi being captain in the 2023 World Cup? What are some of the changes that you can speak on that you have seen?
Wow, I think it's been, 25 years, and tremendous changes. You know, players have been contracted, about 24 players have been contracted. We still needed to buy our own takings at that time, here and there. I was privileged because I was one of the few that was sponsored by Adidas then. And I think I was the only one who was sponsored by Adidas. And now I'm so happy to see that about 6-7 girls in the national team are being sponsored by Puma. And most of them are getting paid every month. You know, their needs are being taken care of. So that's a huge milestone. During our times, no money is nothing except little sponsorships. But now that girls can actually, be able to pay for their medical aids, their needs, and everything's a huge thing and a huge accomplishment. Especially, it's not only 12 girls; it's 24 girls. So yeah, I think Bongi is. Please don't tell her. Msani, I know you here as a coach. I think Bongi is really coining it in, and we are so proud of her. She's the icon of netball. Every girl knows her, and so many role models. I think she's a millionaire, if I have to say it. And yeah, I'm still sitting here. Yeah, but it has been great for our girls.
Do I get to answer my question?
Oh, did you think about it? Okay, yeah. Yes, please tell us about how we convert diversity into inclusion.
I had to, circle back into that one because I didn't have an opportunity to have my say.
Okay, so we've got two elements that are married to each other, if I may use that expression. So you've got diversity that is as diverse as the room of people here. We're coming from different backgrounds and different race groups and all of that. So this is the diversity that we're talking about, just making a practical example. But then we have the element of inclusion, which basically means, as we're sitting here, do I feel like I am included in the conversation that is taking place? And that kind of shifts the mindset when we go there. I think one of the things that we miss when we're talking about issues of diversity and inclusion, and I know Memu Ditambi touches this quite often. We had road shows recently where she touched on this quite a lot, is sometimes we think just because we are seated here, we might be coming from the same school, we might have studied in the same university, occupy similar levels of work, and getting paid almost the same. We think that we are, in a sense, should be able to relate to one another. So what I'm trying to get at is the issue of inclusion says, let's not take for granted when we're having discussions of inclusion that we're talking about the different races, different genders, different backgrounds, different socio-economic conditions that people come from, different home situations. When we are sitting in a boardroom, we come with different dynamics. We may all be women, but it doesn't mean that we can be able to relate to each other. I might be coming from a different background where, hey, I'm not used to looking at people in the eye when I speak, which, by the way, that's where I come from. Right? So if I'm sitting in a room like this, diversity, we're represented, perfect. Inclusion becomes when the norm says for you to be professional, you need to look at people in that eye. I'm making a silly example. Do I feel like I am included then or understood at that when I am not able to maintain the same level of eye contact in a professional space? Not because I don't know my job, not because I'm not confident, but because I happen to come from a different background. Do I feel like I'm being included in that space? So it's quite a lot of work that we still need to do in terms of sports, particularly because when we talk about representativity,
That's English.
You know, English is biting me. Came on a boat because I must feel included, so I must also know English must, submarine. But but the point is, look at how diverse the room is, for instance. We're coming from different sporting codes. We're talking about how other sports are being prioritized over others. We're talking about the different challenges that we are experiencing from the different sporting codes. If one sport is considered to be superior from the other, the women in that particular sporting code might be catered to more than the others are. So if we're sitting in this room and one person is saying, I'm playing netball and we're having a challenge of sanitary pads in our space, and the other one is coming from rugby or football and they're saying, we don't know what you're talking about. Now we are taken care of. So that is your struggle. So I think there's I'm saying a lot of things, but I'm saying that to say, let's not negate the issue of inclusion and maybe think because we are seated here, we are all women, we are all in sports, or we all aspire to be in sports, it therefore means that we are all in this inclusivity, right? If I am a white woman and I'm sitting in a room that is predominantly black, do I feel like I am being included? When we're having conversations and we're talking about change and we're talking about movements or the different strides that women's sports has gone into over the years, do I feel like I am being represented, or do I feel like I need to shrink because other race groups are speaking? If I am an Indian woman and I feel like no one is talking about the fact that I have to wear Punjabi. I'm sorry if I didn't pronounce that correctly, but I'm trying to get at the point where I'm saying there's diversity, which is quite easy to maneuver around, but inclusivity takes or taps at different things or elements that we don't necessarily always consider, especially when it comes to sports.
Yes, and I think you touched on a lot of powerful points, and even just at the corner of my eye, I've been seeing Palesa there, one of our wonderful people that will be joining us also on the panel later, and I think she can then share more about her journey being someone that has a disability, how she feels about inclusion in sports. And I think also listening to you, Mubale, it comes back to having education and trying to be more educated on other struggles and trying to have more awareness of not only yourself and your issues, but the barriers that others may face. And I think once we go back to understanding that yes, we are diverse, and yes, there's certain quotas we have to fulfill, but also where do we focus on inclusion versus just filling those quotas. And I think that was a very fruitful discussion, and we can honestly one question from Coach Martha, because then we have to go into our roundtable discussions where we will all then be having opportunities to have those discussions and come back into give feedback on it. Okay, so Coach.
Doc, just a question to you. Yesterday we had a discussion around research in sport in Africa, because we always refer to European statistics and everything. How far are we in terms of that? Are we, we sitting with the right person here with a PhD and everything? Are you able to meet with other women in Africa who have the same qualification as you to come about something like that, so that we can have our own African statistics when it comes to women's sport?
Yeah, so I think that was actually on my last slide, the slide just before I ended, before we had the panel discussion. And actually research is top of the agenda. You know, the beauty about research is it helps inform decisions. You know, there are a lot of decisions that we've made that are abstract. And if you make abstract decisions, you make mistakes. So in as much as researchers have all these theories and everything, but they do add value to what we do. A lot of sports organizations have now invested in, for example, even just simple surveys. Before you implement a program, you do a baseline study. So you want to know where your population is before you implement a program, so that when you implement a program, you're going to compare how were they before we came in and how are they now. So for example, if I'm taking community netball to a certain community school and I want young girls to be participating in that netball, I want to know, maybe let's say juvenile delinquency rates before I went there. I want to see numbers of incarcerations in the local police stations. How many repeat offenders did we have? Then I bring in an intervention like sports, a positive distraction to keep them busy, to keep them active. I want to be able to compare. When I did my baseline study, so many things were happening. And after I brought in this intervention, this is what is happening now. That data is very valuable, because anyone who's going to fund that project or whatever you're doing will say, there's solid data that backs the benefits of what we're doing. It's not existing as it should be, and that's why sometimes we're faced with challenges where somebody tells me hormonal levels for a female, maybe testosterone levels, yes, women do have testosterone, the levels should be so much. But because we don't have African data which says an African woman must have so much testosterone, because there are many factors that influence testosterone, for example, diet, lifestyle, and all that. So if we're not investing in our own research, people will dictate to us. They will tell us things that don't apply to our situation. Sometimes an executive board member for the International Council of Sports and Physical Education. So we were designing a toolkit for community sports program. And you know, you would have people that are not African who may be participating on that. But I like the idea that they would ask, if it's meant for Africa, let Africans take the lead role, because they know the situation in Africa. It doesn't make sense to have somebody in Norway or Germany develop a toolkit to be used in South Africa, for example. They don't understand the dynamics of the sports scenario in Africa. In Zambia, maybe, for example, we use schools because we don't have infrastructure in communities. So we have to do it through the Ministry of Education. So it's a very, very valid point that you raised. We need to invest in research, because research then makes us make decisions that are well informed. And if they are well informed, they can be funded. We can always say, look, we're saying this because we tested and it's proven, and nobody can dispute that. We don't have enough African data. We're using data which is foreign, and it's not helping us. So let's invest in our own research.
Thank you very much to our esteemed panel of speakers. We will now just allow one question from the floor, or maybe two.
No.
Oh, no questions. Yes, Coach Marta stole your question opportunity. Sorry about that. To keep it moving and stay on schedule, I will now ask Dumi to tell us about the panel, the roundtable discussions.
Okay, so it talked about change, inspire change. Yeah. So one question I would like to ask myself is, how do you empower change in schools to improve sports participation? But what I grabbed mostly from the presentation was that change inspires change, therefore change happens whether you like it or not. Change can be very slow, so you have to be patient. To be ready, we must be able to look for opportunities to get involved through active participation. We must learn and grow exponentially. So the second presentation, I didn't really grab a lot, but I would say the lady is a sports scientist. So I would like to say in sports scientist, the definition of it is that assist sports people to achieve the best positive sports performance. So in being a sports scientist, there are many careers that you get from being a sports scientist. So one of these is being a physiotherapist, a biochemist, a medicinist, a nutritionist, a psychologist, yeah, and many more. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Grace. It's the many more and many more. Let's go.
Is it morning?
It's afternoon.
Oh, it's afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jennifer Mativi. I am from Fight With Inside, the head coach of boxing in Fight With Inside. And from the first session, it was the call to action for women in sport. And it was basically exploring what the World Conference has been looking at, and what we caught from my group caught from the presentation from Mamdambi was that change is still happening and they are still measuring change over the years. And the biggest one, this goes to show that women in sport still need to fight for the change they want to see happening. And then for my second session, what we got was change. Be the change you want to see. Be the advocacy for women, whether you are seen or not. And even though things change, but there's still no equality or equity. The speaker did explore with us how salaries are different. Even though we are celebrating the change we're seeing right now, we still have to fight for our equality and what we are actually worth. Thank you.
Ready, go.
Oh my God, I'm so nervous. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Coach. Looking at the first address we had with
Guys, listen. Hello, let me save you time. Everyone knows what the first topic was. Everyone knows who presented it. Everyone knows what the second topic was. Everyone knows who presented it. Don't waste time trying to read people's names and the topic. Just say what we picked up from the first topic is straight to the point. We are saying direct. Yes. I'll start my stopwatch over. Just for you, ne?
Okay, thank you. We looked at unpacking. Okay, sorry. Change is inevitable, but transformation is a choice. We're looking at start change by using the resources that we have, and we don't delegate our task to somebody else, but it's best to ask for help. In conclusion, lead the change, be the change. And then in the second address, we looked at a slide viewing statistical data about progress funding in women's IWL. To quote, she said, steady ascension. At a grassroots level. And then can I have the picture? She showed us a slide from Forbes magazine, which showed information about 0 female athletes appear in the list of the 100 highest earning athletes, and the top 3 are men earning $105 million each, where the ladies combined share the 105.
You did not talk that you were nervous. Alrighty, next group, ready, and let's go.
Yes, Gail.
at the camera.
Oh, okay. Hello everyone, my name is Kelebogile Sekwala and I'm a student at TUT Harvard campus. What I picked up today is that the international working group that was formed in 1994, it comes every after 4 years. It is the largest networking dedicated to advancing. In the second topic, we picked up that transformation and inclusion. It talks about the changes and inclusion of a member in a conference or a meeting. Everyone as an individual is unique with a different background and feels the need to be part of a meeting or a conference. Diversity is very important in this case. Sometimes there are rules and regulations that will make someone not to be comfortable, and by that past, there will be a conversation that needs to be taken. Thank you.
Yes, who's the spokesperson here? Spokesperson, spokespeople. Spokesperson, thanks. You can get out. Come, I'll help you. I'll step with you. Just tell everyone your name and then what you guys picked up.
Good day everyone, my name is Ovani from TUT Harvard campus. From the first topic, what I picked up was mostly resources. We need well, it's not only about resources but also determination.
With the second topic, what we picked up is that research is vital, but for research to have an impact, you have to speak to the people that are affected by the decisions. You've got to ask the athletes or grassroots, and decisions about Africa must be led by advisors from Africa.
Good afternoon, my name is Labahani Sentole, and I'm going to give a takeaway from all that have been said. So starting from the change movement can only be successful when we work together as a collective, but starting with yourself, where you are, and the tools that you have. And the last one says, you must be the change for change, inspires change. Take responsibility, do not pass the buck, and stand up for others. Treat others as you want to be treated. Thank you.
That was a record 31 seconds. Well done. Let's go. Let's go. Look at the camera. Yes, camera.
Good day, everyone. My name is Keledi Makopo, representing this table, and I came from the organization I'm from is from DCNF. The first presentation, which was change. Change is needed to progress women in sports, and the strides have been made, but we still have a lot to do. And we mustn't look at anybody or somebody. Everybody must do it. Inclusion, which is for the second presentation, to create opportunities for underprivileged so that they can relate and enable us equals, or all for us to be equal. We lose athletes due to lack of mentorship, and there is no lot of exposure, of career exposure in sports after completing matric. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we have a spokesperson for this table? So we have spokespeople.
Yes.
Oh,
Why did they get special treatment?
It's a big gun table. Yeah, I can't say no. Anything I'll be told to pack my bags.
Hello everyone, my name is Batapile from Team Social Movement. In the first topic, what we picked is change. So we are focusing on change to the voice.
Change my
So
yeah, that's fine. We can hear you.
So we are focusing on change to the voice of the youth and men, and for men to become our voice and speak for us. Thank you.
Greetings everyone. My name is Nogwanda.
Look at the camera, sweetie.
My name is Nogwanda. I'm a student at TUT Social Movement Campus. I'm going to focus on the second topic. I'm going to focus on the second topic. Change in media, in the particular broadcasting. If the broadcasting is done, it will increase the viewership and the
I see Lorna has been doing some work on my table. Thanks, Lorna. After this, you're going to make us sing just so we can wake up and get ready for lunch. This table, who's the spokesperson? People's, many people. Who's the spokesperson? You are.
Hello everyone, my name is Angela. Hello everyone, my name is Angela, and the first topic that we really touched our hearts is regarding the ways of changes when it comes to safety and relevance, when it comes to engagement and transformation, that it all starts with emotional wellness, that you can get the best out of any athlete when they are well, emotionally, physically, psychologically. And the second one is regarding change, of which we have all committed ourselves. I heard the room gave a very sounding yes when we were asked if we will be the agents of change. So we all committed. So when we meet in the next 4 years, we will all have something to report on, because we all are going to do everything that we can to be the change that we want to see.
Please speak to the camera.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Roxy from TUT Campus. From the first discussion, we noted that it was discussed that you cannot plan for the youth without the youth being involved. So it is our responsibility as the youth to participate and be part of our own change. So we should grab the opportunity and utilize it. And from the second discussion, it is that it's beyond sports participation. You can do something beyond being an athlete. You can be a physiotherapist, you can help in the sports industry in many different ways. So we need to get exposure into how we can be involved in sports, but beyond being in the track and in the field.
My table. I hope you guys did the right thing.
You are the spokesperson.
I'm the spokesperson. I was not even here. Are you the spokesperson? You are. You see, we're empowering young ones here. No, you don't, darling. Here we tell you that you are talking. It's the figure belt.
It's the lifespan from.
Good evening, everybody. I go by the name of Natasha Manja. I think in this, so meaning in the first topic, we've decided to touch on everybody, anybody, somebody, all. Yeah, right? So basically in a team,
there's 4 members, but then there's no I in the team. So meaning there's no way that you would say, I did this. You have to communicate with your members to make sure that everybody, we would make sure that we complete our particular task. So I think I'm going to move to the second topic.
Please.
Your table.
Yes.
Topic. Thank you. It's about diversity and inclusivity, right? So in there we have a lot of and Hello. Hi. I know from Tutti Social Campus representing the missionaries corner here. Okay. All the speakers they mentioned an issue around networking and personal development. You need to do something, learn something, improve your skills there. Have a community of people to talk to that will take you somewhere. So the first speaker, Ms. Radha, mentioned that we need to walk the talk. Yes. Don't just talk and no action. Then you will be doing yourself injustice. She also mentioned that there is a lot of inequality that is happening in the sports department. Maybe say the sports field where there is inequality in the income gap, the exposure, participation, as well as funding. So, without being said, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sosha. And Ms. Table, are you the spokesperson? I need you to listen where she comes from, but
Hi everyone, this is Portia from TET Kharangkua campus. So the first thing that we noted is that playing like a girl, we said and discussed we're gonna take it as not being an insult, because now gender doesn't really define you and of where you come from or on how you play. Because when you look at female football and male football, it's more like the same thing. The only difference is that gender, but it does not define you. So if somebody says you play like a girl or you throw a ball not like a man, you shouldn't take it as an insult, but a compliment. Yes. Another thing is that we need to push and persevere. Because remember, in the beginning, even the person that came up with sport, I'm sure Messi was earning maybe 10 rand, but now he's earning 105 million. So if you push and persevere, in 2030, you'll be earning 105 million as well. Another important one, yes, is that, supporting each other as women, before we can get into men and saying that they're insulting us and all that. But us as women supporting each other, that is the biggest thing. And remember that women and men are created differently. So don't expect don't expect yourself to play like a man or do anything like a man, because remember you're giving birth, you're going through menstruation and all of that. I'm speaking from being a team member of Super Pool. I'm playing pool. I'm like a woman. The last thing is teamwork, and then also aggressive and assertive. So we need to differentiate between that. Assertiveness is the one that we're going for. But if someone becomes aggressive, then that means it's an insult. Thank you.
Okay, time. Okay, time. And we saved the last table. Let's go.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tado. I'm from TET Pretoria campus. Change and movement. Back in the days, women were not allowed to advance in any sport of their choice, but then now they can advance in any sport of their choice and get equally paid as males. So they didn't have access to the facilities such as the practicing space and the kids. They had to wait for males to finish practicing, then they can use the field. So now a new vision of a woman has risen, a woman who can advance in any sport of their field and be successful.
Thank you so much, and with that, we would like to thank each and every only ever MC, host, whatever you want to call it, to get Cyril Ramaphosa and the Netball World Cup recently concluded in Cape Town to sing and to dance. So she's about to make you dance. However, I'm done with the panel discussion facilitation. Your MC and host, handing back the baton to Joe, who will then, together with Lorna, dancing and do whatever. They'll lead us, she's here, they'll lead us to lunch. After lunch, Joe will then carry on steering the ship. That's it for me.
Which is going to be 2 minutes. I'm just, hi everybody. Hello. How are you? You're so sexy. Because safeguarding, what was, safeguarding, Lorna? What word did you just use?
Oh, you just say your room. No, it's a nice word.
Oh. You are. I'm not apologetic. I have the audacity to say how far is this? Because you know what I want to do? This girl here, this one. This one. Which one? This one. Which one? This one. She has the audacity to shoot her shot on the national coach. She wants to be part of the national team. Okay, you know what I wanted to do for you? Ma, you know what I wanted to do for this one? I wanted her to say, Atandwe. I wanted her to sing for days so that all of us can help her to get that spot on the national team. We want the camera and then this is some shooter days. Is that fine? Are you ready? No? You shoot your shot to do the national coach in order to get
Wena
Thank you very much. Even if you don't make it to the national team, yes, you will say, we know that you shoot short, eh? Yeah, you're very bold. You have the audacity. She has the audacity. Thank you very much. Enjoy your lifestyle, eh? Oh, one last thing. Please post the videos. Tag Sawasf, everyone.
Ladies and
Sawasf.
gentlemen,
You might be the best player at your club and you might be the most influential player at your club, but is that what we're looking for?
yeah.
You see, so sometimes when people say so-and-so should be in the national team, yeah.
Don't be serious, coach.
Because this one is not the audacity. I'm coming there, but she said, oh, you understand the song? I don't want to steal your life shot again. Where's the two ladies that are wearing the national colors? They must come close. Come closer. We're not scared to do this because we are doing this for you. For you, okay? No, we're gonna sing and then you tell them. Atandwe Sasanga Atandwe Sizafonelana Nguwe Ingondo yami Nguwe Ngalotelaba Ino Albawe Albawena Albawena Ino Albawena Oh Albawena. If she doesn't make the national team, at least she got to sing with the national coach, yeah?
please keep posting, keep using the hashtags. I'll remind you of the hashtags. It is hashtag SF conference is the one, and then the other one is hashtag 2023 SAWASF Advocacy Conference. Right, so those are the hashtags. Please tag the people that are here as well as the Federation's account itself. And as someone that is in social media, the more people you tag, the more exposure you can get. Just a little tip. So if that person with 20 followers, 50 followers, 1K going up, and they might have a blue verification tick, it might just work in your favor by posting and tagging them, and hopefully they will re-tag you and you will get more exposure. And if you're lucky, maybe if you build a big enough following on your social media platforms and use that platform, you can actually monetize it. So there's multiple avenues that we can go into, and the digital world is really a place that I think we as athletes can capitalize on more. So please post, tag, hashtag, and I will repost you. Lona's here.
Yeah, I just called the president.
Oh, Lona just called did you guys know that Lona is I know that we told us earlier, but Lona, she can call the president, because she can make the president sing. And if Lona can make the president of a country sing, she can make anyone sing. So Lona, I handed the mic to you. I'm giving you 2 minutes.
What song are we doing? Which one? No Matemba. Oh, ngikhuluma ngizalayo. Huh? Message ingenile. Hayi ngiyasuka kulapho. They can't decide. Those ones coach, they can't decide. It's definitely off.
You will be seated once again. Thank you so much, Lorna. All right, so like I mentioned before, we will have our next guest join us all the way from the United States is Dr. Jessica Hammond-Graf. Dr. Jessica, like I said, is assistant professor at Vermont State University, in sports management, and Vermont State University undergraduate, graduate sports management and graduate athletic leadership programs. Additionally, she serves as the chair of the board of directors for the Women's Premier League Rugby. And prior to teaching, Dr. Jessica worked in the NCAA Division I College Athletics for 25 years, and most recently as a Deputy Athletics Director and Senior Women Administrator at the University of Maryland, Baltimore County. She oversaw all student athlete-facing services such as the academic services, sports medicine, and strength and conditioning, as well as
today. You'll hear about an empowerment process framework that was developed for my research with retired women's rugby players, and additionally, how this framework can be adopted to your communities to help build empowering women. So, great introduction. Everything that I touched on here was mentioned in the bio. The other thing which led me to rugby, I grew up, my father was in the military, and we moved every 3 years, and so soccer really was my foundation or my go-to to make friends and to meet people, knowing that I didn't have a lot of time. And so when I arrived in college, I started playing rugby because that's what I knew. You played sports to make friends, and had the opportunity to embark on a 15-year playing career in rugby, which also culminated with the U.S. National Sevens team in 2003. So all of these bits about my information and my background will kind of set the lens of how I approached my work and this research. So why empowerment of sports? So as Burrell states, sports can be a site for producing strong, confident, and politically aware women. And as a former rugby player, I totally agree with her point of view. I think that this is really that true power of sport, and it has so much to offer just beyond the game that we can't leave it up to chance, right? So as practitioners, organizers, coaches, a responsibility exists to further understand the process of empowerment and how we can be intentional about harnessing that process. So to create change or a path towards psychological empowerment, I wanted to first describe the definition that I used to define empowerment. So this psychological empowerment really includes these three areas, right? To gain control over lives. So people who are embarking on this path first need to gain control over that domain. They need access to information, skills, and power. They have to recognize the challenges within their environment. And then also, once all that comes together, be willing to then translate that into take action in their communities. So in sports, as it relates to sports, we are creating space for girls and women to gain control over their sport domain, right? So they're learning how to play their sport. They're making decisions on the field, on the court. So they're really taking ownership of their actions. They're gaining access to information, how to play, but also how does the system work? If it might be one team, but then if they pick their heads up and look around, well, how does the league work and how does the ownership work? So really having that opportunity to look at power systems, gain information and skills more on a leadership level, but also combating and challenging the male preserve of sports. So they're taking action just by playing. And so we'll talk about that in a little bit. So instead of creating empowering sporting environments, we are now building skill sets for broader change on a larger scale. So before we move forward, it'll be helpful to understand or to have you understand the two frameworks that I use to develop this process of empowerment. So first we have the Zimmerman psychological empowerment theory. and it has three primary components. So the first being the perceived domain is really specific, or this is the range, this interpersonal where athletes or individuals are taking control over their lives, right, as I mentioned in the definition. That second area is the interactional, and that's really that critical awareness, that skill development. When you start picking your head up, you're looking around, it's not just about, you know, in rugby, the ball that's in front of you, right? It's looking around at the larger systems, you're understanding how to access those systems, and you're really beginning to recognize the challenges that are not only face you in that league, but maybe in a broader sense of women and women in sports. And then that final element is that behavioral, or that really that community involvement, where again, you're taking that, everything that you've learned, and then you're putting it in action. And because empowerment is a process that is unique to the environment, you can't say like, oh, if I do this in this domain, then it's gonna work in this domain. It's really just specific to that unique environment. So a universal measure really doesn't exist. And therefore, how you reach these different competencies of interpersonal, interactional, and behavioral really depends on the environment. So Lemon Dixon, excuse me, created a conceptual framework specific to these sports propositions. So the first one is, you know, sports skills, both physical and mental. You're learning more about yourself. As I mentioned, I worked with rugby players. Not a lot of people play rugby just for fun growing up, and so that was definitely a learning curve, learning how to tackle, how to do scrum downs, how to do line outs, all of those things. And at the same time, you're building confidence in your understanding and really how to play the game. The next element, the interactional, this one is that broader sense. Perhaps you experience conflict of gender norms in rugby. There's tackling, right? We have big women, strong, powerful women. That kind of pushes back against the societal norms of what women should look like and be. We have planning and implementing, right? Some of those skills, I like to call that category practicing leadership, and we'll dive into that a little bit more. The athletes are developing a critical consciousness, again, picking their heads up, starting to look around. And then also really some of those empowerment skills. And that is a broad umbrella of empowerment skills. And we'll talk a little bit about why there's no one set skill that should be in that category. And then again, as it relates to sports and that behavioral, right, we're resisting the male dominance of sport by showing up every day for practice, for games. Women athletes are activists by just playing. And also taking all of that information and then relating it and making change to women's issues in a larger sense. And so a high-level overview of my research and how I went about developing this process. So I interviewed retired rugby players. I met with each participant 3 times. We chatted for about an hour and a half each time. We talked about some of these through the questions. We talked about the propositions, and I analyzed which propositions were reported in their experiences. So we spent some time kind of unpacking and digging into what their experiences meant to them. And then I analyzed the data and really looked for some common threads to be able to determine, did these propositions really exist in these experiences of the retired women's rugby players? And so my findings. So initially, I think it's important to mention that even though this wasn't clearly articulated in the propositions I outlined, what became evident was that the process of empowerment must be embedded in a women or girl-centric environment. When conducting this study, all of the women, excuse me, that I interviewed talked about the power and the sisterhood of supporting each other both in and away from the sport. And specific to rugby, the players really relied on each other in a physical way to dominate their opponents, right? As one of my participants stated, and I'm gonna read this here, the independence of being physical on a field, absent from men, heightened her sisterhood experience. And so it was really her understanding that nobody's going to come and save her. Some man isn't going to show up and make the tackle or win the scrum down, right? She was going to have to pick herself off the ground and go and do that. And so really sports is that perfect avenue for this foundation of empowerment. So as I mentioned, the sports skills. So here we have some pictures of sports skills in rugby. So it was in the interpersonal element was to focus on individuals' perceptions and beliefs about themselves. And so in these pictures, the physical sports skills are often the first thought, right, when you're learning a new skill. We have pictures of a line out. We have passing, and passing in rugby is unique for those of you who aren't familiar with it. You pass lateral or you pass backwards, and then also we have scrum downs. Again, these are not skills that most people play pickup with their neighbors. However, as my athletes were, and especially in the US, right? This isn't one of the main sports in the US, so there was definitely a learning curve for my athletes in their growth. But they also developed a sense of confidence and strength to physically overpower each other, overpower their opponents, and they really felt strong and powerful. And this development of rugby skills, coupled with their confidence, really embodies the idea of physical empowerment. And so again, the sports skills element really aligned with that first element of the interpersonal and the psychological empowerment process. So the interactional element, so it's specific to that skill development section. It was intended, as I mentioned, to bring socio-political awareness while developing skills to kind of combat those matters. So in this section, so we have empowerment skills, and specifically I listed two, right, resiliency and time management, but I think all of us could think about and name several others empowerment skills that we've developed through playing and participating in sports. Probably coachability, willing to work under pressure, team building, work as a team, right, teammates, that sort of thing. And so really building confidence, building beliefs, respect, all of those things kind of fall under the empowerment skills umbrella. No two people actually have the same experience when they participate on a team together, right? One person might take one thing away from it, someone else might take another. And for those of you who are involved in Sport for Development, you probably have a number of different empowerment skills that are included or embedded in your curriculum. And that's great, because as I mentioned, there is no one correct skill. Everybody's gonna have something. But these were just two of the examples that occurred naturally for my participants when they talked about it. And I know we're talking about women's sports, and this picture happens to be a man at the bottom of a rugby ruck, but I thought that really captured one of my participants' quotes when she talked about resiliency. And literally, you find yourself at the bottom of the ruck, such as in this picture, and then you have to get back up and get to the next breakdown, because it wasn't stopping, right? Just like life doesn't always stop for us. You have to literally pick yourself up and keep going. And so that was one of the really big takeaways that she had from her playing experiences. The other skill development of the interactional component, and I'm just gonna adjust my lighting here. I think the sun is playing peekaboo behind the clouds and outside behind me. So in the US, at the women's club level, rugby is player-led. And so having player-led opportunities gives women in that environment opportunities to practice leading, being presidents, vice presidents, and so forth. Excuse me, I'm gonna take a sip of water. And so having these leadership positions really granted the participants access to information. And those types of leadership positions really matter. Just because you're president doesn't mean you're gonna be able to make all of these changes. And the experiences of my participants, they just felt like they were more of a conduit that was sharing information as opposed to making real change, whereas on other teams that might look really different. So really the type of leadership position matters. So the other component of the interactional method was that awareness, was that building that critical knowledge of how to make change, or being aware of change in the environment. And my participants felt that they didn't build a lack of conscious raising from their experiences in rugby, but more so what was going on in the U.S. while they were playing that raised or heightened their critical awareness. There was this the rise of the WNBA at the time. Most of my participants played rugby in the late 90s, and so really just being aware of that broader impact. And as it relates to conflict or microaggressions, I think all of us are working to minimize those. We don't want our participants in the future to experience conflict for playing. We don't want them to, prematurely retire from sport. And so my participants did not experience a great deal of conflict while they were playing. They often, in the US, they had to explain what rugby was. And yes, that women do play rugby, but that was probably the extent of it. One of the participants had to explain that yes, women do get bruises and injuries, and had to fight the stigma of domestic violence because it was assumed that no, she wouldn't be out on the weekend playing rugby and maybe getting bruises, that something was happening at home. And so those were some of the main conflicts, and there were a couple of experiences where the officials were less than plussed to be out on the field coaching women, refereeing a women's game, and they felt that the women should just be honored that he had graced their field. So there was a little bit of that as well, but the women that I interviewed did not take it to heart and did not see that as a major conflict and oppose their playing time. So, and finally, we have the behavior, right? You're learning these skills, you're bringing awareness of the critical issues, you're developing confidence, and then what do you do with that, right? And so really that behavioral is taking action to kind of influence these outcomes. And so under the Resist for the Male Preserve, at no point did my participants feel like they shouldn't be there. Right? This was a women's space. Of course they were gonna play. They weren't intentional about combating the male preserver sport. They were looking for connections and ways to be active within their community. At no time did they think that they shouldn't be there. And as we talk about sports as a male space, they also changed that sport and changed that environment because some of them are moms. And so they were bringing their daughters to the sideline and to games. And so that right away, that's already changing how men interact with the sport, right? So here we are, we're adapting the sport to our needs, to what we want, and encouraging women to lift weights, to get bigger, stronger, also challenging societal norms of how women should act and behave and take up space in society. So again, there was no intentionality, but it was definitely something that occurred naturally in their experiences. And finally, this taking action and kind of what my participants did as it related to what they learned from rugby and kind of translating it to other areas. There was definitely a lot of personal growth and awareness, and as they're raising their children, kind of challenging some of those norms as they're parenting, creating opportunities to donate to women's organizations. One woman took it upon herself to start conducting diversity and inclusion training for her organization, and even though that was not part of her responsibilities, she thought it was important. And she said she would have never done that. She would have never spoken up had it not been for her participation in rugby. And the other woman was in a position financially to help financially back women-owned startups. And so she had been able to do that for a couple of women in helping them find their power and their voice to change their personal environment. And so this process, this empowerment process, if we were to leave it in sports, there were these three elements, sports skills, empowerment skills, and resisting the male preserve, that were directly as a result of playing rugby, right? We could walk away from sports today and say, okay, or from this conversation today and say, okay, we have a process of empowerment. We have one element from the intrapersonal, we have one element from the interactional, and we have one element for the behavioral. And as Zimmerman said, you need all three of these PE elements for a process of empowerment, right? And so we could be done with it. We could say, okay, we have this is included in our environments, and really walk away. But I believe that there's an opportunity to really harness empowerment and really take this, really take empowerment to the next level. So instead of leaving these three elements up to chance, roll the dice, see what happens, I think there's a way that we can kind of harness this and be intentional and develop a culture or an environment to help athletes be put on a path towards empowerment and towards making change in their communities. So this really brings us to that next phase of empowerment. And so these were the three elements that were kind of indirect from the experiences, as I mentioned. So experiencing the conflict, planning and organizing or practicing leadership, and developing a critical consciousness. So I don't know if it's by coincidence or how it worked out, but all three of these elements fall under that interactional component. And so it's really developing, being intentional about ways to kind of athletes pick their heads up, engage in the sport or in the community, really in that broader sense. And as I mentioned, I don't think we're encouraging people to seek out conflict, but sometimes conflict or microaggressions can serve as a catalyst to bring about awareness of specific issues. Having, as it relates to planning and organizing, like having meaningful organizational responsibilities. So sometimes there's responsibilities on a team where somebody just goes around and picks up all the cones or takes the jerseys home to wash them after the game. So those types of responsibilities, while necessary, aren't the responsibilities that are going to lead towards leadership development, access to power, understanding systems and how all of those work. So being intentional with the types of leadership positions that you create on your teams will really make a difference in the process. And just because we participate in sports does not really indicate that we develop a critical consciousness about the broader issues impacting women, either globally or locally. So if we really want sports to be a proving ground for change, activism, and creating politically aware women, a critical consciousness is necessary. So the empowerment curriculum that I've been developing is based on just that, right? Developing a broader critical awareness to build confidence for our athletes to take action. Okay, so the first thing I mentioned was a woman-centric environment, right? I think we're all here, we're in that space, so we're certainly checking that box, so to speak. The next segment, sports skills, right? That's where our coaches come in, they're teaching athletes how to play, how to game plan, strategizing, the flow of the game, teaching individual skills. And so this again is where the athletes are developing that physical empowerment. They're taking control over their domain and developing that sense of confidence. The empowerment skills that I mentioned, right? It really is a broad umbrella. There is no right skills. Based on your population, those skills might evolve with the needs of your athletes, right? So as long as you're talking about different skills or you're building in different opportunities to learn or practice those skills, whatever skills that you decide are going to be the right skills. So I think the fourth one, a consciousness raising, and that's really where the age-appropriate activity comes into play. I can't sit here and say, oh, everybody should do a book club or everybody should listen to a podcast. But I think that there's ways that with your age groups, you can develop a critical conscious raising. Movies, discussions, bringing in guest coaches who might have a different experience. I mentioned book clubs, storytelling, real world project-based activities. So these are all ways that you can do that, right? And it doesn't always have to be, from a coaching point of view, and I'll talk about implementation here in just a minute. But there might be other ideas, maybe a field trip or community engagement to raise awareness about societal imbalances. I heard about a group of students who made a video about the diminishing facilities that they had to play basketball. And so that video was then passed along to the leadership in the organization and ultimately was the impetus for a fundraising campaign to help improve the basketball court and the gym. And so it's something like that, like a real world project that can help students like bring awareness and kind of implement change. Practicing leadership, you've heard me talk a lot about that already. And what I want you to think about is that not all of this will occur the first year, right? So here we go. So if you start here, maybe you're learning, this is your rookies, they're learning how to play, they're learning how everything works. They might be building and growing. This might be like second year, third year, and really maybe by the fourth year, and I have 4 years on my mind working on the college scene for so long. But usually by that fourth year, right, athletes feel confident, oh, I can take a leadership position, I can be captain, I can, take charge a little bit more. And so that leadership practice might also be a great avenue. Maybe they're the ones that are creating a conscious raising experience. Maybe they're the ones who are leading conversations about a podcast or recommending a podcast or reading a book and then telling everybody what they read and how they engaged and spark conversation. So I think there's ways to also encourage the leadership of the team to get involved to develop some of this conscious raising. And so as we continue to combat, like moving on to number 6, as we continue to combat the male preserve of sport, we also have to be aware of how we are supporting women who do not yet have large pools of competitors. So we have women who are pushing the boundaries in wrestling, in powerlifting, in boxing, right? And so we need to be aware of what conflict they might experience in this space that might not be as accepting for women quite yet. So developing coping mechanisms, helping them develop coping mechanisms or conflict awareness, or just ways to manage some of the push back that they might receive from society. And some of you might be sitting there wondering, this sounds great, but who's going to do all this, right? How are we going to do this, and how are we going to implement such a curriculum? And so I think this can fall in a number of different directions. So based on my experiences working with Division I college students, right, what the players expected from their coaches are changing, right? Back when I played, I showed up, we learned the X's and O's, and then I went on my way. And now athletes are asking why. why do we do this? Why is that important? And at the same time, they want coaches who value them as people, right? Who are gonna help them grow and develop and be better humans. So the coaches definitely have a role in creating this environment and creating the culture of your team. And maybe this isn't something that occurs every day, right? But how you structure your leadership, what you're doing in the off season, ways to continue conversations. So coaches are definitely heavily involved, but as administrators, we also have to recognize that coaches might be struggling with some of their own thoughts about socio-political issues that might come up in these conversations. So definitely having a coaches training about some of these topics. So administrators thinking about ways that you can incorporate this and support your coaches as they go through this, so it's not something that they're gonna have to navigate on their own. And as you're hiring coaches, this is a framework where you can ask questions, right? I might not expect somebody to say, oh, well, I support athletes in their interactional component by doing this, right? They might not know that, but you know that. So you can ask some questions during an interview process as to how they build culture, how they support women, how they help women grow, how they broaden their experiences beyond sport, right? Because we all know sport is more than just the game that we're playing. And as organizers, right, it might look a little bit different. Maybe you're doing a one-day clinic that you can fold in at lunchtime, a conversation or a guest speaker, giving students an opportunity or athletes an opportunity to hear from somebody different, or maybe playing a podcast during lunchtime and then having discussion questions on the tables where the athletes can kind of talk about what they just listened to. And so there's ways to fold this into conversations and help athletes really grow. So don't think that it's so unwieldy that it can't be done, but if you just pick a couple sections to like focus on and build in, it will definitely make a difference and create a path towards empowerment. And so at the end of the day, we want girls and women to believe that they have the power to make change and the confidence to do so. And so through intentional programmings and the described empowerment process, like we can create these empowering environments for girls and women through rugby and through other sports. So instead of having to rely on outsiders who think they know best, this empowerment curriculum creates knowledge and confidence from the ground up and the inside out. At the end of the day, like all of you know what is best for your local communities. And if we as sports administrators, organizers, and coaches can intentionally harness the power of sport and create empowering environments, girls and women will certainly become the change agents of the future. So thank you all of you for spending time with me this afternoon.
Thank you, Dr. Jessica. I would now ask the floor if there's any questions that the doc can maybe answer for you. Any questions? Raise your hands and we will hand you a mic. A question there.
Thank you so much for that presentation, Dr. Hillman. Mine is not so much a question, just a comment, I think, because most of what we've been discussing today is how models are coming mostly from the West and we're trying to apply them here instead of creating our own. But a lot of what you presented in terms of your empowerment curriculum, I recognize very much in the work we've been doing at our organization. I just haven't been conscious of it. So it's really nice to have a model where I can see and be conscious and more intentional about how we work. So thank you very much for that.
Yes, you're welcome, and I'm so glad it's working, right? And I think sometimes when you have a framework and you're looking for funding, and you can say, look, I'm using this model, and it's not just something that we make up, right? Like if you can point to something then fundraisers or sponsors are more willing, and then you can collect that data and share that information back to garner more resources. So I'm glad to hear that you're using this model already.
Any other questions? I have a question myself. Myself being an athlete, I took some time away from the game due to mental health reasons, and I know that you also, do have psychology there in your arsenal. So, what is the impact of mental health on sports, and what structures can we put in place in federations, perhaps, to assist in the support of mental health for athletes?
Yeah, that's a great question. I was just talking with on the board of directors for rugby. I was just talking with my colleague who oversees sports performance, and we were talking how to support athletes in those spaces. Right, in the U.S., you have health insurance, and then you have to go through. It's usually through your employer, and how you navigate that system, and it's not always easy to find someone. But I think the demand is there. So is it an app that leagues are pushing out to their athletes? Are you to help them resources at least at their fingertips in that moment? But also being mindful of who's on the other end of that app, and is that a trusted psychologist or mental health provider? I think more and more. So I studied sports psychology early in my career, and I've kind of pivoted from that. But I think now there's a resurgence of the need for sports psychologists and sports psychology, and I think that federations are taking note of it, and it's definitely needs to be a permanent person on staff. And I know that not everyone has money that they can just hire this person to work with the organizations, but I think that definitely is a need. I think coming out of COVID, it has proven that mental health was struggling, and it's coming about in a lot of different ways, and performance on the field is only one of those avenues. So I'm a big proponent of having sports psychologists where possible in college athletics right now. It's what we call a recruitable space. Like when athletes are going and looking at different schools, they are asking, do you have a sports psychologist on staff? If not, what are those processes, and how do you work how do you support my mental health, right? We do a lot of pre-screening to just see where athletes are, but again, that's resources, and working in Division I college athletics looks really different than the rugby teams that I played on, right? That was like women-led, pay-to-play model. Like you don't have access to that, and so it's really trying to find ways. So I think if federations can almost create a list of experts that we can help share with the athletes, I think that would go a long way.
Thank you, Doc. We have one more question here from the floor for you.
Sure.
Thank you very much, Doc. I think it was an informative presentation. I just want to find out in terms of empowerment of women, specifically on coaching. I do not know through your research why you don't have capacity in terms of women coaches across the world. Is it because of the socio-economic that probably the women faces, or how then do we, bridge the gap? Thank you.
So if I'm understanding correctly, how do we encourage more women to get into coaching and stay in coaching and empower them to remain in there, right? My t-shirt says the future is female coaches. I want to see more women in those coaching spaces. I think we run into a couple different challenges. One, I think sometimes, at least with my experiences and in Division I, women were hired quickly, so they were younger and they might not have had all of the training that they needed, and so some administrators were quick to hire women and then they don't have that success or that support system. So often you'll see like men be an assistant coach for a really long time and have all these mentors. And so when they get to that head coaching position, they're a little more prepared for it. Where some head coaches on the women's side, you know, maybe played for just a couple years, have been out 1 or 2 years, and then they're put in a head coaching position and they're not necessarily supported. So I think the more that we can support women in those opportunities are really important. What kind of mentors do they have? Who is helping them develop and grow, and who is kind of guiding them on those next steps? I think also recognizing that sometimes if you're involved with one program and you know jumping to another program that might be more visible and a bigger program, even though it's still an assistant coach, can help elevate. But I think we also talk about, like, right, when I mentioned the athletes that were in my study and how they were bringing their daughters to games and practices. So how are we supporting women with families? And I'm not saying that men don't have families, but if we look at the traditional stereotypes for families, right? The man goes off and coaches, and then the woman stays home with the family, right? But as women are becoming head coaches, then how are we as administrators enabling that? How are we supporting them, right? And encouraging women to say, yes, I really want to be this head coach. These are my criteria. I need to bring a nanny. So you're gonna have to pay for the nanny, right? And if they want the woman there, if they want that coach, value her and her experiences, then the federation or the league will find a way to support the nanny or support ways to bring that, whether that's paying for an extra room, right? Or otherwise, and the coach, the woman, has to be okay with saying, I'm sorry, then I can't do that, right? Which sometimes I think as women we're so, I don't want to say desperate, but the opportunities don't come along very often, and so sometimes we'll sacrifice some of those things. But I think the more that is the norm, right? The more that, yeah, okay, she's gonna travel with her family and we'll pay for an extra room for the nanny, or we'll pay for, you know, whatever, because we value her and we value her experiences. So the more that we can make that a norm, I think the more that women will want to be involved and they can see themselves in those coaching roles.
Thank you, Doc. Then we have another question here from our founder.
Hi, Jessica. It's Ndambi.
How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. Jessica, I'm not good in this field of psychologist. And I thought when we talk about a sports psychologist, that's it. But I'm hearing people talking about a mental fitness psychologist and so psychologist who deals with other social issues. What is that we need if we are a team?
Yeah, that's a great question. So there's two ways to think about sports psychology, right? There's one way to think about as it relates to like sport and health and fitness, like how does participating in sport make you feel, right? It might make you feel good, it might, all those endorphins, everything else, but there's also the psychological impact that can influence sport, right? And we can't just sanction that off to, oh, I get nervous every time I go to shoot a free throw. Well, maybe every time I go to shoot a free throw, my mom is in the audience and I don't have a really great relationship with my mom, so I get really nervous and I get anxious and all of those things, right? So that's when that psychology kind of starts to put in. So there's some of the strictly like the performance, I'm not doing well on my free throws, but also like what are some of these other impacts that, these other environments that might be impacting me as I try to perform my sport. And as we think about some of those socio-political issues, right, that might also take my attention. Maybe every time I go into the weight room to train, I'm harassed because I'm super strong and I can lift a bunch of weight, right? And so men are constantly harassing me, so I don't feel like I ever really get a good workout. or I don't have great access to a practice facility, so I can only come to practice like 1 day a week. And so over time, maybe that is also draining on my ability to participate. So it's almost like this undercurrent of these socio-political issues that can really influence the performance. And it's hard to just say like a sports psychologist can only do this, right? Because if it's only like this imagery or performance enhancement, then they're missing a lot of the other elements. And at one point it was just strictly this performance-based support out on the field, but I think it's much broader than that at this stage. And so this awareness of the political issues and how they can influence someone's performance, just like it would like with our jobs, right? Like sometimes our social lives creep in when we're trying to do our work, and that influences our performance. And so that's the same way with sport. And so when you're employing or working with sports psychologists, it really is that broader mental health component.
Thank you, Doctor. We have one more question before we finish off.
Sure.
Thank you, Jessica. I know that you did not touch much on what I'm about to ask you in your slides or in your presentation, but my question is more centered in the college space, in your terminologies, but in us it's university space. So in South Africa, university sports is not professionalized. And I think one of the challenges we face is that even with women's sports, university sports, there seems to be a gap. So in one of your psychological, creating psychological empowerment, you have recognizing the challenges in their environment. So I think my question then will be, what advice would you then give to university sports leaders to try and push for one, professionalization in terms of university sports, because I feel that's where the talent is then actually nurtured and scouted, because I think most of our players from our team now, Banyana, they were from the university space and they were scouted from there, but now it takes them time to then be recognized because of that gap that we have. Because for example, we have what we call varsity sports, and I find it really unfair because currently it's football. So the women are expected to finish their tournaments in, I think, 2 weeks. But in terms of the males, they get a full month. So there's that challenge that we also then have in that space. So that form of discrimination, whatever terminology you'll then choose to then refer to it as. So I think more, I'm just asking for advice for university sports leaders, so be it males, females, leaders as a whole, what we can do to then try and curb that gap.
Yeah, I think data is really helpful to be able to bring that forward, say these are the gaps, this is the success, right? The women's soccer team had a great World Cup, and these were where the athletes came from. But imagine with funding where these athletes could go, and how the team could succeed and take over. And so I think being and it's a beating drum, right? So it's having this data, it's beating these drums, it's having these talking points where you're continuing to say, this, we need this, look at this discrepancy. And it's also women and men, right? We need male advocates in this space as well to be able to stand up and want to do the difference. I think one of the things that helped the U.S., and I won't say we're perfect or not 100% with this, was the passage of Title IX. But that doesn't mean that all athletic departments follow that. The majority of athletics departments still aren't in alignment with Title IX, and the only way that often gets rectified is when somebody files a lawsuit against the institution. So we are not perfect in that as well. But I think it's just having those continual conversations and people willing to just continue to bring those points up. I wish there was a great framework where I could just say, oh yeah, do this, this, and this. But it's just like that continued, like if nobody else is gonna do this, then we're gonna do this. And that's kind of how I got started with the board of directors for the rugby league. Like we are working to professionalize that league, right? We're like, okay, the time is now. We're gonna do this. We have this league that's been together for 14 years, and we're gonna move it forward, and we're gonna take that to the next level. So we don't have it figured out, but we know what's best for the league, and so that's why we've taken that initiative on. And so having that champion for that cause is somebody to just find the research, find the data that you need that's going to make the difference. Where's the discrepancies, the types of fields, the uniforms, like everything. You could even probably use the Title IX criteria, which they call the laundry list of like everything to look at. It breaks it down from like the number of shoes, the cleats, the practice times, access to weight rooms, to athletic training, mental health services, kind of all of those things. And you can apply that or adjust that to your environment, and to just be able to say, look, these are the discrepancies, and we need to make this right. And really finding that champion who's willing to like lead that cause.
Thank you, Doc. I know I've said this about 4 times, but there's one more question.
Good afternoon, Jessica. I just wanted to ask from a psychological perspective, in one of your slides under empowerment process, you said experiencing conflict with gender norms. So I just wanted to ask, is there a way in which is implemented where we can fight this conflict? The conflict doesn't just come from males only, but we actually do also experience conflict amongst ourselves as women, and it's something that we shy away from. So is there a way that we can work in coming to a common ground within that conflict where it's women against women and not just men only?
Right, no, that's a great point. Sometimes women are really quick to put down other women because of their own insecurities. And I think it ties back to that confidence and being confident in what they are doing and being able to stand up for themselves. I was not always somebody that could stand up for myself, and would probably shy away from conflict. And then let it brood and everything else. But I think the more that we can help women develop those skills, learn how to stand up for themselves, feel confident in what they're doing, take pride in their bodies and how they express their womanhood, I think that is the avenue. And then the more that people participate, the more that people engage. You could invite them, right? If they're the naysayers, you can invite them to a practice, or invite them to come watch a game, or to meet some of your teammates, or other women who are involved. And as we know, like when you build those connections, it's easier to change people's minds, right? It's easier to change it and find allies. And so those might be some tactics, like, oh, okay, well, come see what it looks like, and come see how we grow and we develop and we get along together, and that sort of thing. But it is a really hard space when women are putting down other women because they don't fit like that traditional norm. So I think it's both sides, right? It's like developing that from within, that confidence to kind of stand up and say, no, this is what I really love to do, and this is why I like doing it, and how I express my womanhood. And also come with me and come see what it's all about, and develop up those friendships or those connections in a little bit of a deeper way.
Thank you, Doc. Now, just in closing, I would just like to ask you to just share a message with the young women we have in the room today. At the conference, we are joined by a group of young athletes, and we would just like to know what message you would give young women in sport.
Yeah, so my message to all of you would be, continue to play as long as you want, as long as your bodies allow, and you have that mental confidence to continue to play. But also look to continue your journey as a leader in sports organizations. The organizations need more women in those roles, and only you know how to best represent that next generation. So look for opportunities to get involved in leadership roles, to continue to change how we all engage in sport.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jessica. Just a round of applause. Thank you for joining us, giving us your time, and have fun in the States.
Thank you very much. I look forward to meeting all of you in the future. Be well.
Alright, I hope you all found value in that discussion and the presentation by Dr. Jessica. We now have a quick comfort break, very quick, just to connect with our next international speaker joining us from a bit more north, from Canada. So just stretch your legs. If you have to run to the lavatories, do that, and please return early enough so that we can continue the next discussion as she will be joining us online. So please be back by, let's say, 10 past 3.
Okay, everyone settle down. You guys can make my team chef. At least you listen for the after number 5.
Right, we're just waiting to connect with our next guest. Like I mentioned, and my coach said, she will be joining us all the way from Canada. Full discussions, and I think we can really take away a lot of things from this conference. So I'm really looking forward to chatting about the media portrayal of sportswomen and how we can be a part of the change. So you can already start thinking about your thoughts on the media portrayal of sportswomen and what you see out there in the media, and if you find anything problematic, I think it's a good time to raise those concerns, but not only come with problems, but also try and find solutions to these issues, because this is why we have the summit, to really identify issues, but then come up with solutions as well. Also, there's still some candy left on some tables, so if you're feeling a dip, just have some candy for that last spike, because we can definitely see the energy is dropping near the end of the day. All of you I see on your phones, I hope you are posting on your social media platforms. Yes, continue posting, tagging. It's important for us to be heard and be seen. All right, so let me just introduce who we will hear from next. She will be coming to us from Canada to talk about the media portrayal of sportswomen and discuss how you can be a part of the change. It is Ms. Nancy Lee. Nancy Lee is currently working as a consultant to the International Olympic Committee, advising on gender equality for the Olympic movement. Nancy coordinated the 2018 IOC Gender Equality Review and drafted the recommendations report. The consultation work includes advising the IOC, International Sports Federations, National Olympic Committees on policies and practices related to governance, portrayal and sport. Nancy began her media career as a news reporter at the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, CBC, it's basically like the SABC for us, and later moving into the sports department as a reporter, producer, and eventually head of CBC Sports. That role involved managing staff of 100 and negotiating the broadcasting rights for the Olympics, Commonwealth Games, FIFA, National Hockey League, Major League Baseball, and multiple international world championships and World Cups. As an athlete transitioning into the sports media space, I'm really looking forward to hear from Nancy Lee. Let's hear what Nancy Lee has to say in a bit when we connect and see her face appear on the screen all the way from Canada.
Hello.
She's
connected, yeah.
Oh.
Hello.
Oh, hi, Nancy.
Hi, Nancy. It is me from Canada. Hello.
Oh, from Canada. We unfortunately can't see you, but we can hear you. So we're just waiting to get a visual. But
I think
Thank you very much. I think the visual might be a problem. My camera is working, but it's not on Zoom. I also thought for the broadband, I would keep the video off to make sure that the line stays, the link stays good, and the broadband isn't a problem.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, no problem.
We will connect your slides.
We will connect your slides and then take it from there. Does that work for you?
Oh, thank you so much, yes.
All right, perfect. We're just waiting to bring up your slides and I'll let you know when they are on and then you can run us through it.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much. And my audio is good?
Yes, audio is good. You can maybe raise the volume on it, please. Take.
I will do that, and I will try and speak a bit more loudly as well.
Thank you so much, Nancy. Really looking forward to hear what you have to say about the media portrayal of sports women. How are things in Canada?
I can't complain. 22 degrees, and the sun is trying to come out this morning. How has the conference gone so far?
It's really been a great day. I think we've had a lot of fruitful discussions and there's really a lot we can take away from this going forward to help grow women's sport from strength to strength. And we spoke about kind of also, I think the main key for me that I personally took away is how you yourself have to take responsibility and change inspires change, but if you start with what you have and kind of take responsibility for that and then work together as a collective towards a common purpose, I think that's the only way we can really get to where we want to go.
Good. I think my presentation will fit into that.
Oh, we are really looking forward to seeing that and hearing about that. And then at the end of your presentation, we will have a panel discussion. So some of our audience members will come up, also distinct women in the sports space here in South Africa. And then we'll open the floor also for some questions. So I think we can really get into it and come up with solutions to some issues we still face in the media space in regards to women in sport.
Yes. Well, you've certainly had a full day.
Yeah, we did. I just mentioned that if you could see us, the energy has dropped a little bit, so I advise them to eat some candy.
I heard the part about the candy, so please take some candy. You might need it if I go on too long.
No, but I think you will reignite our energy once you get going and really pique our interest, because I think a lot of us are interested to hear what you say, and especially now with women doing such great things globally in sport and seeing how the media coverage has been around that, and just interesting to see how certain sports have received more recognition as others. I think we are all looking forward to this discussion.
Good. I guess you're just waiting to put my slides up, is that it?
Yeah, sorry for the delay.
No worries for me.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the slides, and once we get that up on the screen, we will get going and inform you. So you can talk, you can share any stories you like.
Well, some of them I'm not too sure I can share.
No, that's the stories we want to hear.
Yeah, exactly.
I would just say, cut the cameras, we're sharing stories.
Oh, good. Can you tell me a little bit about who the participants are and what organizations they're from?
Yeah, it's actually a very diverse group, and we are quite fortunate with the diversity, but I think I'll ask our leader here to actually tell us a bit more about the representation at the conference today. So I will ask Ntambi to just share with you who we have in the room.
Hi, Nancy.
Thank you. Hello.
How are you?
I'm well, thank you. And how about you?
I'm fine. I'm happy that we are going through your presentation now. The people who are here are athletes, coaches, administrators, broadcasters, business women in sport, psychologists, and journalists.
Wow, we got everybody.
So yes, we got everybody. And I think one thing I should just inform you, we have 3 generations here. We have our generation, we have our future leaders generation, we have our future generation here.
That is such a nice way of putting it.
That's it. And we do have few men who are here with us. So there's a nice combination of youth and seasoned administrators.
Terrific.
Did I give you enough?
That's perfect. That's perfect. I do hope what I say will help everyone, but in bits and pieces. That's great.
And Nancy, you are now on the. Are you slides are defined?
There we go. That's the last one.
Okay. All right. It's cutting your name, eh? But we
That's
know,
okay.
You know you're Nancy.
Okay. Miss Nancy Lee, you can take it from here.
Nancy will,
thank you so
instruct
much.
you to shift the slides now that she's not connected. Eh?
Yes, I'll indicate after every slide sort of when I'm done, if that works for you folks.
Yeah, that's fine, Nancy.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. So thank you so much for the opportunity to be part of the conference. And I'm hoping that this presentation is going to give you some ideas on how you can actually be instrumental in seeing change occur and how girls and women, athletes, coaches, and officials are all portrayed. So we'll go into the overview. Thank you. So I'm going to begin by presenting thoughts on why the media are biased against, or in some cases oblivious to, women's sports. And then I'm also going to comment on how policies and practices that are made by sports organizations or government sports departments or schools and university sports programs can in fact enable the portrayal of women's sport to be seen as less credible and therefore less important. And in the 30 some odd years I've worked in broadcasting and international sport, I've come to believe that the media output will not be able to change in any meaningful way until these policies and practices are addressed. And the good news is it's not all doom and gloom. There has been significant progress happening in media coverage, and we'll look at where it's happening and how that's occurring. And then, as I said throughout the presentation, I'll offer thoughts on how you as individuals can influence change and make a difference in how girls and women's sport is perceived. So we'll go to the context. So instead of starting this presentation with illustrations of how the media treat female athletes as second class and their competitions as less credible, I thought I'd start with these powerful, positive images. And I'll speak later about photos and their significance, but I do need to point out a conflicting message I've made here myself. I've included this photo of Castor because of the fan reception and her reaction to it, but it does fly in the face of my argument that you need to minimize, if not avoid, what is called emotion images, and instead depict athletes in action like the other photos show. So let's move on to who is the media. When I began making presentations about the coverage of women's sport, I began to realize that it's important to distinguish between what I refer to as the capital M media and small m media. So these are examples of capital M media or external media or mainstream media. And I've often been heard or told that if only the media would cover women's sports more, the problems of funding and credibility and public interest would diminish, if not disappear. And sure, more coverage will help, but as I've told the IOC, where I continue to advise them on gender equality, sports organizations have to be part of the solution. You can't expect the external media to improve if you're not doing it yourselves. And just a brief word on the role and responsibilities of the media, and I'm not sure if my colleagues in the room will agree, but I hope so. I think it's very important to understand and appreciate that it is not the media's role to advocate for women's sport. The media's job is to report. And the reason for mentioning this role, to report, not support, is I fear that those who don't appreciate the difference will continue to be frustrated and spend valuable time and effort trying to convince the media to advocate without reaching much success. But hopefully, with some ideas here, we'll change that. Can we move on to additional media, please? So while the previous slide showed examples of the external media, these are what I call internal media or small m media. There are also examples of media platforms. So you see the digital broadcasting like the Olympic Channel, or the cover of a report that you see up in the middle, the IOC Gender Equality Review Report. These are all publications that matter. And I've also included, if you can see, a local rugby club's online recruiting poster. But if you're a sports club member or you work for a sports organization, your publications also impact how girls and women are portrayed. So they too should be gender balanced in terms of the quantity of news that you're putting out, the photos that you're putting out, and they should also try to avoid stereotypes. And if they don't, it's up to you to influence change in these very important communications. So, next slide, thanks. So why is there such a bias in the way that the media cover women's sports? This is not a complete list of the reasons for it and why it remains an issue, but they're top of mind for me. Having a gender lens means the media should be making decisions about reporting assignments, broadcast rights deals, or photo selection using gender as one of several decision-making criteria. For example, at the CBC, the decision-making criteria we used included geography, the variety of sports, projected audiences, production costs, and gender. And having a gender lens also means the media should be tracking the quantity of women's coverage as well as monitoring the quality of it. The second point, being not on the radar, applies to many, many people working in the media, both men and women. So creating awareness of the issue is a meaningful solution. Using data and examples is very effective, and I'll give you two examples. The New Zealand National Olympic Committee and a sports organization in Canada called Canadian Women in Sport, they have worked to gather research and monitor specific newspapers and broadcasters. And then they sat down with the producers, the editors, and the reporters to discuss the findings. And the discussions and the findings were eye-opening for the producers and the media staff. They just weren't aware of what they were doing that they shouldn't be doing and how they could be doing it better. And the last 2 points are important, and I'll speak to them later because they, I think these 4 are the key reasons, for me anyway, why we don't get more coverage and better coverage. So let's go on to an example in TV sports. For the next slide, thanks. So I wanted to give you an idea of how decisions are made and how many people are involved in it. And so just this is my background in broadcasting, so I'm delving into that to show you, to give you an example of it. And I'm talking about sports events, not news coverage of sports, but the longer programs for sports broadcasting. So to start at the beginning of the process, the broadcaster negotiates with every event organizer or sports organization for the rights to cover the competition. Sometimes money's paid, sometimes it isn't. In the case of the Olympics or FIFA, it's a lot of money. This is a really critical stage for an organization to establish gender equality, gender balance, and basic fairness for your sport, your events coverage. And I would suggest that there are 3 important components to strive for in the negotiations. Make sure to get the same number of competition hours for the men and the women. Too many times we see the 2 hours of a full match of the men, and then you get a 30-minute highlight package for the women. Also important to obtain the same or a balanced television time slot in their schedule. Because how often, well, here in Canada, ice hockey, the women will be playing at noon or at midnight. That's when you'll see it on the television, whereas the men are giving the better time zones of Saturday or Sunday afternoons or in the evenings. And then lastly, and this is always a hidden one, ensure that you get the same production coverage standards. Examples, a broadcaster could say, oh sure, we'll do the men's and the women's soccer games, but they'll put 10 cameras on the men's and they'll put 3 cameras on the women in order to save money. So when I was the head of sports, and as I said at the beginning, I was doing a lot of the negotiations, and where I could, I would negotiate on behalf of the female athletes. I would put them in a very good television time schedule, as long as the competition schedule worked. For example, in a World Cup beach volleyball event, I insisted in the contract that the female athletes could wear the same type of uniform and singlet that the men, and in this case there happened to be prize money, and I insisted that the prize money be equal. Now I had leverage as the broadcaster because they needed the coverage. Doesn't always happen that way, and unfortunately I don't find there's a lot of broadcasters that are thinking like that, as I did a few years back. Budget allocations, like everywhere else, a sports department only has so much money, and that often need to decide where to cover an event, and the closer you can have an event to the broadcaster, the better, and we'll get into that, how that venue location can make a huge difference, just if you're going to get basic reporting coverage. The last 3 points, the producers, the camera operators, and the on-air commentators, well, they're not making what I would call big decisions. They are making the most visible decisions by what they say and what they shoot and how they put the coverage to air. And so all of these factors, all 6 of them, actually apply to if and how women's events are covered. Can we move on? Now we're going to get some positive news now. And we'll start first with the photo images. There has been, I would say, a fair bit of progress in how female athletes are being portrayed. And these 2 photos, I think, are terrific examples of action and power sports. Plus the bonus in the Taekwondo photo, if you can see it, of the female technical official. Too often, women's sports are depicted by stereotypes. Here in North America, it's the divers, it's the rhythmic gymnasts, or the beach volleyball players. And I always want to know, where are the photos of the handball players, the wrestlers, the boxers, and the netball players? And too often, as I mentioned real early on, you see photos of athletes accepting medals or in a post-event, what I call emotional state, which is another word for crying. And worse yet, you'll see photos of female athletes glamorized in fashion photo shoots. That's why it's important, images like these on this slide, to avoid stereotyping female athletes. And I'm repeating what I said earlier, but you can apply this gendered lens to your sports organization's own publications or social media offerings. And you can also bring this to the attention of a local newspaper or an online news service that you have. Next slide, please. So, I've been working with the IOC since about 2016, and there's more good news on solutions. So, media companies normally have what's called a style manual, and that's what we use to determine proper pronunciations or titles or spelling. So if you work in a large company or an institution like a university, you probably have one too, and this is where you can insert gender portrayal guidelines. The concept for the IOC guidelines was a recommendation that got made out of that year-long review of the gender equality in the Olympic movement. There have been 2 editions of the guidelines in 2018 and 2021. They're available online at the olympics.com address that's there. The guidelines are really good. They offer practical advice on do's and don'ts of covering female and male athletes. They're available in English, French, and Spanish. And I made notice of 2 national Olympic committees, the Japanese and the Chinese. They both had them translated into Japanese and Mandarin. So there's been very, very good pickup on this. And the input and the examples have come both from broadcasters who've been rights holders, as well as the IOC's press committee, which is made up of all of the major news agencies, international news agencies like Agence France Presse or Associated Press, that kind of group. So it's a very good tool and highly recommended. Shall we move to the next, please? So more progress has occurred recently with what I refer to as commentary accountability, and I find this totally exciting because finally we're holding on-air reporters and commentators accountable for what they say. So the writing is very small, I apologize for that, but I'll explain it. The first one is the International Chess Federation. They sacked their commentator who had said that chess may not be for women, and who had also praised a female player for playing like a man. Sky Italia, they suspended commentators who were making sexist comments about a spectator that was in their shot. And RAI, which is the Italian state broadcaster, sent commentators home from the recent World Aquatics Championships for several sexist and racist comments they've made. And I say it's an exciting development because finally it's the media company taking responsibility. It's not you and me having to complain, and they're recognizing that it is no longer acceptable and they're acting on it. So that is good news. Next slide, please. So now I just have some thoughts on sort of how this might apply to you, and I appreciate and thank you for explaining everybody in the room, because you certainly come from a wide variety of sports connections. And as athletes and coaches and officials from clubs and government organizations, you represent many different roles and responsibilities associated with sport. And as I noted off the top, my premise is that as a result of sports policies and practices, your organization may actually be enabling the media to treat female athletes as second class and to treat women's competitions as less credible and therefore less important. So here's some solutions. It's a long list, but I think it's worthwhile to go through. In reviewing this list, I suggest that you consider how each point impacts media coverage of female athletes and their competitions for your sports. The media's task is to report what's happening on the field of play. So what are the images that your sports organization is offering? And are the decisions that you're making underscoring that they're second class? So point one, are the competitions that you're organizing open equally to female and male athletes? For the first time ever for a Summer Olympics, there will be an equal number of female and male athletes competing next year in Paris. Point two, do the girls and boys compete in the same formats? Are there the same number of teams at your event? At the Olympics, well, I noted that a lot of progress has been made in balancing individual athlete numbers. There's still more football teams and water polo teams for men. And that means more hours of competition result in more broadcasting coverage for male football and male water polo players. Point number three, I'm going to pick on gymnastics here. So why do the women competing in gymnastics wear those leotards, but the men wear either a full leg pant or shorts? And this is particularly significant for floor and vault events. Media images show the leotards creeping up the backside and the gymnast is adjusting her leotard around her bottom. Now, you may recall, there's some good news that came out of Tokyo because the German female athletes introduced a full leotard. They got some pushback, but it eventually was allowed, so progress is occurring there. For the fourth point on venues, the issue of where women and men compete may be of interest because it's something within your power to fix. This is a photo, it goes way back to the Canadian women's softball team who were competing at the 1996 Atlanta Olympics. But in fact, they weren't really competing in Atlanta. The organizing committee and the International Federation located the women's softball venue about 90-minute drive, an hour and a half north of Atlanta. So you recall when I spoke about the media's budget limitations can be a reason for less coverage of women's sports. Well, in 1996, I was in CBC and we could not afford the time to send a reporter to that venue because of the time used up in getting there and getting back again. So that meant our coverage mounted to just giving game results. Canada this, Mexico that. But had we been able to send a reporter, they would have interviewed multiple players, and those athletes would have been heard across the country. Meanwhile, all of the men's baseball games were played in downtown Atlanta in the stadium where the professional team plays. For funding, questions are, is your organization covering the same amount of fees for women and men for their travel or their accommodation? If you're a government or a sports organization paying for officiating or coaching workshops, are you making sure that 50% are women attending those workshops? And do you pay your referees equally? This is, I found a really interesting one here in Canada. If you're refereeing a women's game, ice hockey game versus a men's ice hockey game, you're paid a different fee, not with the NHL, but at the world level, the international level. I've listed the government and institution policies because this has been a huge problem here in Canada and maybe in South Africa. And I'll give you one example. In 2015, Canada hosted the FIFA Women's World Cup. And our government does a lot of the financing, very significant. We don't get much of a sponsorship, so it's very much a government funded event. So they gave millions of dollars to the organization to run this event, but they didn't stipulate in the agreement that that women needed to be treated equally. So the issue that came to the fore right before the games was some stadia that we had here in Canada have turf and not grass, and nobody would pay to have grass put in instead of turf. So international soccer players, football players came to our country, and some of them had to play on turf, which is the football players in the room, soccer players in the room know it's not very good and leads to injuries. But nobody would pay for it. Had they put it in the agreement, somebody would have to come up with the money. And I've got far too many examples, I won't go on about that. But that's an absolute key that's showing the media, if you as a government or an institution or sports organization aren't going to be fair to the women, it's hard to kind of complain about the media. Is there a point 7 here? Oh, I guess I haven't included it. Well, I'll get into the competition schedules if you can move to that next. So, competition schedule, I think, is a really, really important leverage point to make sure that women are treated the same as men at an event. So my examples come from Sochi and Vancouver. Winter Games were on the final day, day 16 of both of those games. There were no events for women. So I said to the IOC, you can't blame the media for not covering a women's event when you don't put one on. And so they worked very quickly. And by Pyeongchang in 2018, they fixed it so that women's curling and women's cross country were put on that last Sunday. Therefore, there were 2 men's events and there were 2 women's events. But this can apply to your organizations as well. So I've listed a couple of questions here. And they could apply to your school meets or to your universities, and they absolutely apply to an Olympic or a Commonwealth Games. So are your women always competing in the morning sessions, whereas the men are the last competition? And in sport, you know sport grows, and so you're going into nighttime where there's a larger available television audience, there's certainly a larger available spectator audience. So are you balancing them out? We've done a lot of work on the competition schedule for the Olympics to do that. Do you have an equal number of medal events each day? Are your competition hours balanced each day? And this is really important, again, for an event like Commonwealth Games or for the Olympics. And that's a broadcasting issue. And then finally, you've scheduled the women on weekdays and the men on the weekends. And this just came up recently this past week at the World Athletics Championships in Hungary, where the men's 100 meters was on the Sunday and the women's was on the Monday. And when you look at coverage and available audiences, more people are available to watch television or broadcast on a weekend than a weekday. So again, it's something that I would watch, and I think organizers need to as well. If you could go to the next slide, please. Again, this is from the Olympics, and I just wanted to show the disparity. So in Rio, there were only 2 hours of competition on the final Sunday for women, and there are 25 hours for men. And after we started looking at the schedule closely, the IOC, with the federations and with the Tokyo Organizing Committee, switched that around so that the final Sunday in Tokyo was 17 hours and 13 hours. And that's really important for broadcasting, because if you're a broadcaster, you've got 17 hours of women as opposed to 2 before. And then if we go to the next slide, I'll show you how the comparison works with the medals. So if you're thinking about how a newspaper, or even the IOC's Olympic Channel, on the final day of the competition is depicting what occurred, there were only 2 medals for women, and there were 10 medals for the men in Rio. And what's even worse is the 10 medals for the men had team sports of water polo, handball, basketball, and volleyball. Meanwhile, the women's 2 events were rhythmic gymnastics and a boxing bout. And again, by Tokyo, that had been switched around. So it can never be perfectly balanced, like equal, just the way the schedule and the competitions work. But it was certainly better for the women, and I think fair for both athletes. So I'll close now. I hope we've offered some ideas in terms of things that you can do. And I'm closing with this picture. This is Joan Benoit from the 1984 Olympics in Los Angeles, where she won the gold medal. It was the first time women competed at the Olympics in the marathon. Next year in Paris, for the first time, women will run the marathon on the last day of the games, while the men will run the day before. And I think it's significant that one of, if not the iconic competition of the Olympics, will be given this prominent spot in the competition schedule. So again, thank you for the opportunity to share some ideas, and hope you'll be able to incorporate them in the fine work that you do, and I look forward to questions. Thanks again.
Thank you so much, Nancy. That was really great information that you shared with us and gave us a great idea of the media portrayal of women in sport. And I would please like you to stay with us for our panel discussion, and I now ask our panel to join us in front, and then we can have a discussion, and at the end have opportunity for question and answer from the audience as well.
I'm missing a mic.
Nancy's. We'll start by introducing by thanking her. Thanks, Coach. Hi, Nancy, who's still online. Hi,
yes, hello.
And also hi to everybody that's actually joining us from home via the YouTube channel. And hello to everybody that has been singing with us. My name is Lorna Benya, born in the province of Eastern Cape, Epondweni. Resides in KwaZulu-Natal, and the founder of Mabenya Sports Consultants. Currently doing my master's. So if you've done master's, you know that you have to have a diploma in the rest of the other things. I think my highlight so far was to have my mom in the opening of the first World Cup on African soil. And for me to be the master of ceremonies on that day, and also the highlight of being part and parcel of the development programs that are being done in the rural communities. So that becomes a highlight to me. And I look forward to this discussion, and I must also greet my fellow panelists, Balesa and Pen. It's good to be with you guys.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pearl Muswani. I'm the media officer for the University of Pretoria Football Club, and also board member of the Fanny Manina Foundation. Highlights, there's so many. I think some of the highlights in my sporting career would be when our men's team were promoted to the Premier Soccer League back in 2012. That was huge for us. In 2009, it was still a little, wet behind the ears. We made it to the final of the Nedbank Cup, and just last year, our senior women's team were promoted from the Provincial Sasol League to the National Hollywood Bet Super League. So those are some of the, because it's the team sport, I really don't do much personal stuff. So all my highlights are around the team.
Hi everyone. I'm Marisa DJ Manalin. I'm a former athlete and I'm a journalist at Prime Media. highlights. I guess cycling from Pretoria to Cape Town to raise funds for disability, representing South Africa in hand cycling, and ranking number 40 in the world for CrossFit. Those are my highlights.
So I will start off with you, Palesa. What are your thoughts on the coverage of women in sport?
Okay, I'm gonna talk from the print because I'm in print and online. It's not good. And I'm gonna talk about my workspace where, for example, the Women's Netball World Cup, which was hosted here at home. I felt we could have done better. The build-up, we hardly had a build-up at work. And when the World Cup was happening, we had one journalist to go cover it on her own, instead of sending a team in Cape Town, because we do have a team in Cape Town. And I also felt that we did the ladies an injustice by, when the national team, let's say, played at 6, the story only came out at 11 o'clock at night. Who's going to read it at 11 o'clock at night? So it was just like things like that where I thought that had maybe the top guys, the top editors were on top of us, it would have been better coverage. It was better than the other sports coverage that we wish we would have been doing, like the other sporting things that happened during the year. So the netball coverage was bad, but it was better than how we covered every other sporting code that was women's sporting code. So I think we still have a lot of work to do there.
And then, Pearl, from your side, what are your thoughts on the coverage of women in sport in media?
Oh, okay. I must use my coach voice.
Yeah.
Like Palesa said, there's still room for improvement. But I think, obviously, we are at a point where we have pointed out that when you compare to how we cover the men, there is still a huge disparity. But I think when you look at some of the slides from that we just looked at, where you are comparing what has happened before and the improvements that have gone along and the limitations that the media houses are complaining about in terms of budgeting and that's why we couldn't send teams to some of these events, why we can't cover more of these events. I think we're also not doing enough. Like I said yesterday, do what you can where you are with what you have. So even some of the reruns, I mean, if you look at, and I'm sorry for calling them out, SABC, the SABC Sports Channel, you still get to see Rothman's Cup final from 1940 what, and Stay Decent in London from whenever, and yet there are current, relevant women's activities that are taking place that are not being covered. So where do we strike the balance? Why are we choosing one over the other, whereas in covering a women's event is more relevant to us now? How are we spending a bigger budget buying broadcasting rights of Italian leagues and French leagues and the English leagues, and yet we can't spend a little bit of money, 10% of that, to cover a Sasol match or more Hollywood Bet Super League matches. So I think we need to be advocating more of that to influence that decision making, that within that budget that is there. We're not talking about the rainbows, the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow that doesn't exist, but within what you have, let's do better with that.
And I think you mentioning that comes back to negotiating. So I would like to ask Nancy, if she's still with us, when it comes to negotiating, what advice could you give women in the space of media negotiating costs and terms and budgets, more so to have growth in the space of women's sport?
Yes, I'm here, thank you. That's, I totally understand the thing about the Champions League and spending money on that sort of thing. It is quite ridiculous. I think off the top of my head, the one thing, and I will kind of base it might apply to SABC, but certainly to CBC is when we as a public broadcaster had a certain mandate that to offer programming that applied to all of the country, and 52% of our country is women. And so I would often use that, again, I was on the inside, but I would use that as a reason to actually put on programming that was not getting the same audience numbers as the men's event. A golf example is as an example, but you know, it's the chicken and the egg. The men's sport started so much earlier than the women's, and it's that you need to gain an audience. So on the negotiation front is, it is difficult, but if you have a sport, and the two people who have the connection into football, I apologize, you call it football, I guess, and not soccer, is that that's a sport on the men's side where the broadcasters want the coverage of it. And so one way to look at it is to leverage the women's, saying we can't get the men's unless you've got put the women in, and again, going back to those fairness things. It's very difficult. The easy thing is if you can find someone who's supportive within that organization, and I've said that sometimes that's hard to find. So I'm not coming up with anything that I think is that hopeful, but it's leverage what you've got as much as you can in order to get the coverage of the women.
Yeah, interesting, valid. We now have a question from Ms. Ravele for you, Nancy.
Hi, Nancy. Sorry. No, you gave me the okay. Hi, Nancy. Hello. Yes.
Hello.
Yes, Nancy. We observed something very funny, and I was happy that it was a man who was making us aware that on one of our TV stations, you know, us as Africans, we do have a trademark. Our hip line, just below our hip line, we are pegged. So the cameraman usually would follow that area instead of following the presenter.
Yeah.
And it was happening quite often. How do we handle that with the broadcaster? Because you had been in the broadcasting, so possibly you would have a best advice for us because of it happened and then we addressed it. But it might happen again because of even addressing it, we didn't even address it with the person in charge, but through talking to some other individuals. But what is the best way of addressing that issue?
I will tell you a story at the end of this, so remind me to do it. But when I was in charge, I would talk to the producers. I would go up to the cameraman, and they could see me walking along the pool deck or the football field, and here she comes. And the whole point was to have a discussion with them about, it's kind of the do's and don'ts. The first thing is, do get a hold of that IOC portrayal guidelines and have a look at the suggestions. It's also a very good tool to take to the media organization. And again, I'm going to go back to the whole thing about awareness. I think meeting with them, and again on the broadcast, you saw that full list of broadcasters or broadcasting people that are involved in it. So try to get beyond the head of the department. Try to get to the key decision makers and ask for a meeting with them. So do like the New Zealand Olympic Committee and the Canadian Women's Sport. They had a meeting. It took a while to organize it, but they said, can you bring some producers and reporters and on-air people? So you're getting to the people that are actually responsible for saying, as I said, and taking the pictures. And a director would be good too, depending on how the broadcaster staffs its crew. And it's an awareness thing about showing the video that they did and how that they showed it. We in North America call it the reveal shot. So they start at the volleyball player's feet and work their way up to reveal the whole body, and we know why they're doing that. So I think take the examples and make them aware, and you're going.
I want to hear your thoughts on it, Palesa, about, yes, increased coverage of women in sport, but
What are your thoughts when it comes to further inclusion, especially being someone with a disability?
I do think that we do need to give para-athletes more coverage. As much as we've been covering women's sports, we haven't been covering women with disabilities in sports. I mean, how many people in this room know that Kat Sawasf came back with 3 medals from the World Para-Swimming Championships recently, 2 golds and a silver, and she broke 6 African records. You know, things like there's the Deaf World Championships that has just happened, and we didn't send a team because there was no funding. But no one doesn't know that because no one's talking about it in the media. So there's not enough coverage on para-athletes, even though they're performing extremely well. I mean, the World Athletics Championships are happening right now for the able-bodied individuals, and we're all going crazy. But we had the Para-World Championships happening, and we came back with 4 medals, and no one's talking about that. As much as we're fighting for women to be exposed by the media and to be seen in media, I think let's not leave behind women with disabilities and just para-athletes as well. You know, give them as much coverage as you want for every other woman. You know, so that's where I stand up on that. And also, we don't have a lot of women who are journalists, or a lot of journalists who have disabilities in the industry as well, which may be another disadvantage because there's no representation there, so no one's speaking up on their behalf.
Could I step in?
Yeah, definitely.
It's the exact same issue for para athletes as for women, or any kind of diversity or inclusion point. So, as for solutions, I would start with the organization. So let's take swimming, the Swimming Federation as an example, and the Swimming Federation makes decisions, hopefully, on who it's going to put forward as a profile going into a World Championships or at the World Championships. And so it should be up to the organization to monitor and target. So how many women have they put forward? How many para-athletes have they put forward on a month or a year basis? And when I say put forward is, one of the solutions outside the negotiation for broadcast is, you gotta give the media the information. Don't expect them to find it, because it's probably not there, or there's just too much data and results out there. So literally phone them up or text them, make a relationship with them before the games or your competition starts, and saying on Saturday and Sunday, who can we contact that's going to put these results online? And you're handing them the results of your women's competition or the para competition, and then also offer up people they can speak to, and make sure you're giving them female athletes, female coaches, female administrators. And again, not all the time. It's not to say that the men can't be put forward, but balance it to be a 50-50. If you help the media solve their problem because they don't have reporters, that their budget's low, or they can't go to that venue, that's huge. And if they don't, after you've done all of that and they don't put it on, or you don't see it, call them. Don't text.
I'd like to interview this group of women, but you can't access them. So that's another issue I think federations need to work on.
That's really, really important. Absolutely. I'm going to give you an example about demand and supply. So going back to New Zealand, and it was an individual, her name's Ashley Abbott, and she's the head of their communications for the NOC and for the Commonwealth Association. And she got pressure from a magazine, I think going into the Tokyo Olympics, to let them do a cover story on X athlete who's in one of those stereotypical sports. And she said, no, I want you to do it on Nancy Lee, making it up because I can't remember the woman's name, and she was in a power sport. So not one of these stereotypes, and the magazine said, no, we don't want that. We don't want to do a story on Nancy Lee in her power sport. No. Ashley stood her ground. They ended up doing the profile on this athlete who's in a power sport, and they got such positive response from their readership that they went back to Ashley and said, thank you for, challenging us and making us do this, because it actually made impact. So it's having the courage as an organization to just stand your ground, because you're all hoping to get coverage, I get that, but you gotta stand your ground and support the women and the para-athletes as well to get that coverage.
Thank you, Nancy. I'm now going to open up the floor just for one question from an audience member.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Nancy, and thank you for the informative presentation. Mine is because you've got so much experience on media, and I think with COVID, a lot of things came and we saw live streaming coming in. So do you think that's the one that now broadcasting?
The question is cutting in and out. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear it.
Sorry, we'll repeat the question. Just change of mic. Sorry about that.
Thank you so much. I'm back. All right. No, I was saying with COVID came a lot of challenges or changes in how we do stuff in the game. So with the recent live streaming that is now so popular, do you think with broadcasting that's the channel that maybe everybody will be focusing on, or that will dominate the space? Because in that platform you are able to share everything that is happening at the time, and you're able to reach out so many, unlike on TV. Or yeah, maybe let me just stop there. Thank you.
It's very interesting, that field. The advantages of streaming is that you can, whatever sport you are, whatever sports organizations, and they do it here in Canada because they get so little coverage of sport that's outside of curling and ice hockey or the Olympics. So if you wanted to get your nationals on any sport, be it badminton or archery or swimming, they've gone the route of streaming. Several these organizations have diverted money into paying for a production company to do it. And Athletics Canada is another one that's done it. The positive is at least it's out there and it's available for people who want to watch it. I think the downside of it is that the mainstream media, sort of the networks, that's where your largest available audience sits, and you just have to look at your family or your neighbors. They've got to go and find the stream and when the event is happening, as opposed to you sit there on Saturday night or Wednesday afternoon and what are you going to watch, sort of thing. So it has grown in Canada, I would say in the States as well, for the sports that aren't able to get onto the networks. So it's certainly been useful to their audiences. So if you're a swimmer, you know the swimming nationals are going to be streamed and you're going to watch them. Interestingly, where I used to work, Canadian Broadcasting, that's where they put the majority of their sports coverage of what I call the Olympic sports. And they will say they get a lot of numbers, but how audience numbers are counted online and digitally is a conference onto its own, and so the numbers aren't sometimes as valid as they need to be. So long-winded way of saying it's an outlet. The key though is how do you get the general audience to know that it's available?
Thanks, Nancy, for that. I think that's a very brilliant question in terms of the digital space. Because I mean, if you look at the landscape of sport, in particular here in South Africa, you'll find that there is a high change that is currently happening. You might remember that Mamutambe, when she introduced the room to Nancy, she said, "There's a future and a future and a future generation that is here." As we were sitting here, singing and doing everything, we've been trending because they are using the power of social media. But then it comes back to what Alisa was also saying, that federations or confederations within the country probably, they don't take much information out there. Then the responsibility lies within the people that are within the spaces where they are actually performing these things, because for anyone, for any athlete, the digital space is just so open after COVID that you can do whatever, you can sell yourself. I mean, YouTube channels, the youngsters that we have in this room have done a marvelous job. But I think with the mainstream, there is a little bit of a downgrade maybe in South Africa, which is coupled up with an upgrade on the digital space, because you'll find these ones on YouTube, TikTok and everywhere. So I think it's a space that we, as women, need to much more impact and get out much more of our voice into, because it's within us. We carry it in our cell phones. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lorna, and thank you, Nancy, so much for joining us and for your insightful presentation, and as well as this discussion. So thank you, Paul, thank you, Palesa, for joining. And I would like to say to our Canadian friend, thank you for signing in all the way from the north. We appreciate it. We appreciate your time, and also for taking the time to answer these questions and find solutions that can help us go forward and really, make a change. And I think after this discussion, all of us can go back and look at how we can make our own changes. And like Lorna now mentioned, the social media, we all have a platform, no matter how big or small it is, and I think we can all make use of that to really, put women's sport on the global platform at a greater scale. So thank you so much for joining me, ladies, and thank you, Nancy.
Thank you for having us. Thank you for having us.
Can I just make one point that I left my email address there, and if anyone, please get in touch with me if you have other questions or if things come along down the road, that if I can connect you with other people that have got the same issues and problems, or try to come up with solutions for you. So don't hesitate to connect. But unfortunately, I'm old school. It'll be through the good old-fashioned email.
Now that email works fine, and I know Ms. Ntambi will share that with everyone here, and thank you so much for making yourself available also.
All right, have a lovely evening to you all.
Thank you, Nancy. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
And I would just like to thank all our speakers for your valuable contributions today. Honestly, we came up with great solutions, I think, and identifying some gaps and where we can still improve. But now we're coming to the end of our program, and I will now like to call Dr. Rendani Mulautsi, Deputy Director of Sport, University of Pretoria, jack of all trades and research and admin, and he's been sitting there at the back if you haven't noticed him. So Dr. Mulautsi, please, could you come to the stage and give us a vote of thanks?
So while Dr. Rendani comes up on stage, if I see anyone else on their phones, I'm going to take your cell phone. You will pay a 500 rand fine to release your phone. I'm serious. Because the people that have sent you here have spent money for you to come here. And if you're going to sit on your cell phone, you could have just stayed at home. Okay? Some of you have not even opened your notebooks. Some of you, if we were to ask you one thing that came up today, you can't even state it. Okay? Yes. It's just one day that you must just pay attention. Please, we're almost done. Yes, I'm very strict.
Is there anyone with a clicker? It's on. Oh, okay.
Where's the projector that I was testing it?
Yeah, Doc.
Good afternoon. I'm not doing a vote of thanks. I'm summarizing the proceedings. It's not I'm just listing some of the key issues that we will attempt to take care of after the conference. We do that every year, so that we can have progress. We can move forward with what needs to be done. And I'm hoping that you will also take some of these things that we're going to discuss and try them on your own. I will unpack some of the issues because we didn't have time to define the key concepts. Others I will not waste too much time on because they're still fresh in your minds. I think I must declare that it's difficult to capture every word that has been spoken. So there will be a lot that will not be shared. I was told that I must acknowledge a good mixture of those who are here, young men, experienced, which relates to one of the actions from the 8th AWG World Conference. So there are many role models. Take advantage of them. I'll just call the slides key takeaway number 1, 2, 3, until 130.
I actually believe you.
Hey, I've changed. I think we heard from Coach Desiree, yes. Desiree Ellis this morning. You must tell your story and know your worth. How do you do that? You must prioritize learning over performance. I think we've gone through experience with people who will do things that they have no experience in doing. And we find that in most of our federations. Most of our leaders in federations have no clue about what they're supposed to do. You need to adopt pro-social goals. There are norms and values that inform how we live with other people. Sometimes as leaders we tend to forget them and we end up antagonizing everybody from what we're trying to achieve. So whatever we do must also benefit other people. We must reduce external contingencies, such as seeking approval from other people. If we have adopted, I've not moved that one. If we have prioritized learning, we might not have to rely so much on other people's approval. But if you have not learned, if there's been no development, we'll have to rely on other people to tell us what to do. And that is always a problem. Because then we can't get to know our own worth. And we must focus on our own strength. Ask yourself what makes you special or unique. What do you do that no one else can do? And what are your positive qualities? So that's how you get to have a story to tell and know your worth. Have a role model. We had that from Coach Desiree. Have a role model. And this is an opportunity here today to find a role model, to find a mentor, and surround yourself with great people. Coach Desiree said that maybe it was not true the whole house, maybe it was earlier when she was talking to Nzambi, that she doesn't have more than 5 friends. I heard her say that. That's a good principle. Because if you've got too many friends, you'll be attending every occasion that society expects you to attend. You'll never have quality time for yourself and to reflect. And Dr. Biala talked about being intentional. Being intentional. And there's a book written by John Maxwell about being intentional. If you go to any Kum bookstore, any exclusive books, you'll find that book. That everything that you set out to do on the particular day that you are alive needs to be intentional. You must plan it. Even if it's one thing that you're going to do that day, it's okay. Even if you take it 30 minutes to do it, but if you're intentional that this is what I'm going to do, this is what I do. I can decide that this morning I'll wake up after 8 and arrive at work at 10 and leave work at 2 o'clock. That's okay. That's being intentional. We're not just being swept away with the mood of society. We know what we want to achieve, and we know what we want to do on any given day. I think you've heard about being surrounded by negative people. Disaster is around the corner.
Yeah.
These are the 8 things from the 8th IWG World Conference. Dami talked about them in the first presentation. I'm hoping these slides will be shared once I've pinned them up.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm not going to go through those ones. One panel talked about tokenism, being a token. It is a policy or practice of making only a symbolic effort as to desegregate in terms of race, in terms of gender. We are ticking the box. I think commonly we can refer to employment equity in this country, or affirmative action. The way it has been implemented has been tokenism in certain cases, because there needs to be empowerment after appointing somebody who is not yet qualified for those responsibilities. And the panel didn't say what can one do, even if they are placed in a position of power because somebody wanted something out of them. I've always changed. When I was elected into positions, I've always changed and done the best that I can do in that position. To an extent that I was not re-elected because I stood my ground and tried to do what was right. So I think our biggest fear is that we will lose the position. I think that's the biggest fear, that we are not able to stand up and confront this devil. That thought that I was a pushover. Because that's the thinking, that this person is going to be a pushover. We'll tell them to do what they want, what we want them to do. They do not have to think. So once we find ourselves in that space, we need to learn very quickly. We need to know all the rules. We need to know the Constitution. You need to know unwritten rules in that organization. Because there are male rules, they say male bonds, I don't know what women do, but men do bond over a beer after the conference. So we need to have a perspective, to be noticers. That's another word. We need to notice things that are happening in that organization. We need to understand the culture of an organization. then we will be able to deal with a tokenism and things that belittle individuals. There was also a discussion on diversity and inclusion. These are words that are written in policies. Let me give you an example of an organization that I once worked for. They issued out an anti-discrimination policy. And I read it. And the instruction was that every employee needs to acknowledge that they've received it and they've read it. Now, my question to my manager was, who will police the police? Who will police the police? Because, let's say there's a vacancy in a department, and the position is budgeted for, meaning that the organization can immediately advertise at that point. But somebody makes a decision that no, for the next year we'll have an acting person in that position. That's purely anti-discrimination. If I have to follow the need of the department, the responsibility that needs to be done by somebody else. But somebody out there makes a personal decision that at this point in time, I can't appoint somebody who's qualified in the department to move up. I rather delay, appoint an acting somebody until I feel it's the right time to advertise. So I asked them, who will police the police? Silence. So these are the concepts that we talk about: diversity, inclusion, affirmative action, anti-discrimination. We forget that if it doesn't come from the heart, the head itself has got problems. The head rationalizes too much. Sometimes we need to get that gut feeling. Somebody was telling me that there is a connection between the gut and the brain. And there is food that you can eat that empowers the brain, so that when you say it's my gut feeling, it is the right thing to do. You don't have to think too much about it. So when you talk about diversity and inclusion, I've got my own examples. I was talked about Amatans being promoted to the PSL. And we were looking for, let's call it the Chief Operations Officer. And I was responsible for recruiting. I just saw a photo of a woman who could bungee jump, who could ski, who climbed Mount Kilimanjaro, who drove from Cape to Cairo, who ran the Comrades Marathon, things I could never do. I got so excited, I said, this is the person I want. She's not going to be boring. I'm boring already. Let's get somebody who is exciting. And it was a woman, and she did wonders. So those are the things that when we are alone, nobody is watching, we make the right decision. Diversity, inclusion, anti-discrimination require us to make those difficult decisions when we are alone and do the right thing. Just remember, when you take things for granted, the things you are granted get taken away. Tackling imbalances in sports. This was about, Dr. Biala talked about viewership numbers increasing, but not increasing fast enough. Media exposure, we just read about that. Lack of infrastructure, even Nancy talked about that. More campaigns such as the Here for Her, There is he for she, which is advocated by the United Nations. That's also a movement that supports gender equality. So there are more movements. I Googled to see how many movements are there. There are many for different issues across the world. We just have to start creating our own in South Africa and Africa. Role of families in encouraging girls to play sport. This is the most unfortunate thing in South Africa, and maybe Africa, I'm not very sure. And here's the reality. A black parent wakes up very early in the morning to take a bus to work. Both of them. They leave home before the kid wakes up. They come back long after the kid went to bed. My experience in sport is those kids who are successful have their parents available at all times. I work in sports, so I know, I see it. It also happened with my own daughter. Because I was there for her and I knew what we were doing. She was an under-13 gymnastics champion. Because the parents were there, we could take her where she needed to do. Now, here this is where I go into politics. Our governments have not provided what we call parent-in-law for kids whose parents are not available during the day. They have not, the government have not provided volunteers who can look after our kids at school until 5 o'clock before they go home. That's why we see our kids roaming the streets. That's why we'll never take advantage of the majority's potential in our sports teams. Because nobody is looking after the majority of the population. Rigid mindsets and stereotypes, first we need to learn to see them and deal with them. Issues of planning for life after sport, those are key for athletes. And the importance of, I didn't move this way. Okay. Who multitasks best? Who multitasks best?
Women. I don't want to sound
The roles of families I've talked about, dealing with rigid mindsets and stereotypes, that's the biggest challenge that we have as a human race. Things are changing, they are simply changing too slowly. Especially when we take into account that there are more women than men in the world. There are more women than men in the world. Planning for life after sport for athletes is very important. And we know that federations don't bother about those things. They just take everything out of the athlete and then check them out at the end of their careers. The importance of research by Dr. Biala and Dr. Jessica Hammond. I read about that. I was not aware of psychological empowerment and how important it is. So that we can gain control of our lives, gain access to information, skills and power, recognize challenges in the environment, so that we can take action in our communities. What I decided to do was to unpack what is critical consciousness, learning to perceive social, political, and economic contradictions, and to take action against the oppressive elements of reality. Here is a very good example. In this country, we have got the Bill of Rights in the Constitution. We have got the Promotion of Equality and Prevention of Discrimination Act, which is being amended. By the way, Sawasf did submit comments on the amendment of that law. We have got the Commission of Gender Equality. Now, you can't tell me that with all those laws and structures, we're still talking about gender inequality in this country. You can't. You shouldn't. Something is missing somewhere. Oh, by the way, there's an equality court where if I feel that I've been discriminated against, I can go. These things are in the Constitution. Why is the information so well hidden from us? Why is it so well hidden? And the time will tell you that Sawasf has tried to have a relationship with the Commission on Gender Equality. It's gone silent for more than 2 years. Yeah. So we need that critical consciousness that Jessica talked about this afternoon, so that we can see what is happening in this country, in our countries, in our communities. We shouldn't react after the fact like the police do. A crime gets committed, they ask community for help. That's reality. Something is wrong somewhere there. And we need to get to a point where we don't allow those things to happen. So Jessica's talk was mainly on critical consciousness and how we need to become aware of what is really happening in our sports in terms of governance, in terms of policies, in terms of coaching, relationships, player relationships, and so on and so forth. And she also talked about a curriculum to support the empowerment of women. I think that is important. It's the first time I hear about this. Maybe Sawasf needs to explore having a curriculum that can be presented to women. About the media is still fresh in your mind. I think one key takeaway is the sports organizations need to be part of the solution. I think here I will disagree a little bit with Nancy on the fact that sometimes media organizations are not aware. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe they're just sticking their head in the sand and pretending that the world is flat. The world is not flat. The world is not flat. But this is a conversation that we need to engage with the media, and we do engage with the media. And by the way, the camera is still following. just so that you know. I think we need to communicate the IOC gender portrayal guidelines to media houses. Nancy talked about equal opportunities. Those things need to change. Does this thing know which is forward and or is it me? Can you help please? Let's go back to key takeaway number 10. This is not me.
have the slides on your laptop?
I do, but they are not corresponding with that.
Oh, okay.
I'm almost done.
There's no signal yet.
But anyway, what I want to finish with is simple and straightforward. In Tabi's presentation in the morning, there was a slide that listed a number of things. For example, the first one was, it is us who must be most vocal and active about gender inequality and inequity. I've changed that to say, it is me who must be most vocal. That's what we all must say for ourselves. Because the moment we include other people, what happens? Somebody, anybody, and nothing gets done.
Yeah, no vote.
Yes. So it is me who must be most vocal and active. It is me who must call for real physical education and school sport. I know it has not been mentioned. If you don't have children who know how to play from an early age, you can't expect them to become our champions. It's not going to happen. This body needs to be educated physically. And we talk about physical education, and we tell people that it's happening in schools. I read in the President's weekly newsletter of the 7th of August. At the end I said, no, people are lying to the President. They're not telling him the truth of what is happening on the ground. People are not. They're telling him there is physical education, and there is no physical education. It is me who must become physically active. I've moved on. Yeah, very soon. Can you move on to the next slide? Yes. The one who must become physically active. Who's really physically active here? Raise your hand. Really physically active. 50-50. What's happening with the other 50? It is me who must understand enough to make a difference. I must understand enough to make a difference. It is me who cares enough to do something about the challenges facing women in sport. It is me who should be the change that we want to see. I didn't have time to find, can you go to the last slide? I couldn't find a slide by a woman, quotation by a woman. I tried to in an environment such as this one. But this is so significant and important. No problem can be solved from the same level of consciousness that created it. It means we are here. We came here probably knowing less than what we know now, which means the problem that we had encountered before were created by a certain mentality and mindset. Going forward, we need to think differently. We need to lift our thinking because we know more. We definitely know more than when you came in the morning. That is the consciousness that we need to live with. So those are my remarks. Thank you very much for attending and for this opportunity.
you, Dr. Mlati, for those key takeaways. I sure did not know that I missed a few key points there, and you truly refreshed us, and also bringing your viewpoint as a man and as an ally for us women in sport as well. I feel like that was really enriching and needed in this space. I know that Mantami always says that, yes, we should encourage more women in sport, but we should not leave behind our male counterparts because they are just as important for us to get where we want to go. So thank you so much for that, Doctor. And now I invite back our founder, Ms. Thandi Ravi.
Thank you very much. First thing first, can I request Katongo to come? Katongo? To come to the front. And you get paid for not attending a full session of your country's event and for you being with us here. Do you want to say something?
Just to say thank you very much, everyone. It's been an awesome time, great audience, so much to learn. And just to remind everyone, always be ready and open to learn something new, because the day you stop learning is the day you stop growing.
So I want to talk to you about the yellow cap and the green shirt. We were on caution all along. And the green reflects that we are going. So we are ready. Because of when we were on caution, we were. So now, after this conference, we are going to run. You know, you guys, you are so fortunate. And unfortunately, Mama Blanche had to leave. We have two women who broke records in this session. Blanche Muyela, a woman who started running years back when I was still young. I used to see this woman with a doogie running, and during apartheid days. And she was the first black woman to be given Springbok colors then in the apartheid days. Those who were sitting with the hair there, you didn't know who you were sitting with. And I will again raise the issue to say there are girls who are sitting with us who don't know that they are sitting with a woman who broke records. 400, 800, 1,005, 300. She did everything. She wrote a book about her experience. South Africa, this country, even honored her by naming a school sports after her. If you know the school, Rosina Sidibane. So when I said we have 3 generations in this forum, I meant it. So I want to thank that 3 generations. I want to thank the seasoned leaders who were here, who brought in a lot of experience in this forum. I want to thank our future leaders who were in training yesterday and today they are here, while some of them might have left because of other commitments. I want to thank our future leaders who are here, and hope that we will see you in years to come. But most important, I think we have to thank our allies. Who are they? Men around us, like Dr. Redani. Because of those are the men that support us, those are the men that help us to raise issues, and Dr. Redani helped us a lot, especially on policy issues and research. And I want to thank all other men that stays here with us. Agree, every year you also come to, where is he? You also come to our conference. I would also want to thank our speakers and panelists, and especially for Jungela Prodongo. I think we really thank you for your commitment. Last year you were here with a different topic. This year again, a lot of research done, and thank you so much. Our technical team, guys, you were great, ne? Running with cameras, no, thank you so much. Thank you. We wouldn't have connected with Canada, with US, yesterday, Switzerland, and with UK if you were not here. So thank you so much. In absentia, I want to thank our trustees. They are already, both of them left. Palisa is running because of she's using the wheelchair and public transport. She needs to get transport early. And Blanche, there's an emergency, that's why she left. But I just want to thank our trustees for being here. But whilst I'm thanking our trustees, I must thank our project team. And I hope you will join me in thanking them. Charmaine, Jumisani, Dr. Renani, can we give them a round of applause? Thank you so much. I don't think we would have pulled this event, especially Charmaine. She had done a lot of work. Day before yesterday, she slept at 4. I think yesterday I had to take some of the tasks, but then thereafter I hear that there is an additional crisis that she's resolving. She ended up sleeping around 3 again. So thank you so much, Charmaine. There were ladies who were just willing horses, volunteers, who were volunteering everywhere to say, Mama, Charmaine, where do you want us to help? To Misani, where do you want us to help? And they were helping throughout. And I just want to thank all those volunteers. And I think that's the spirit we should have. That wherever we go to an event, we shouldn't just stand back when they are still busy organizing, and especially when we arrive early. Let's go in and assist, because of it is our event, and we are not coming there to actually watch the event. We are coming there to be part of the event. Thank you so much. But special thanks to people that I might have not mentioned. You are so special, and that's the reason why I didn't mention you. I want to thank you from deep down. I want to say thank you and thank you and thank you. So don't leave here thinking that I didn't thank you. But now is the great time. It's our time now to go out and have braai and network. You are allowed to drink wine, Savannah. Shamani will be checking the IDs. You don't go for those drinks, there are drinks for you. Charmaine will be monitoring the limit. So when we reach the limit, that's the limit. And by the way, because of we are saying there's a limit, don't order for two. Order one. One at a time. But all in all, thank you so much. We need to take a group picture. So we have to push those tables a little bit back so that we have enough space for a group picture. Let's do the group picture. But also, I want to say actually all of you are traveling back home. Travel safe. And please notify us that you have arrived home safe. Thank you so much.